to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, it's Rob Bato with Keystone Window. Are you thinking of replacing your old, drafty, iced-over windows? Before you call Keystone, try this. Call those big window companies. You know who they are. No matter what price they give you, just say no, no. And watch how that price starts to drop. Funny thing is, Keystone's first and only price is lower than the final price they give you. Why? Because it's the honest way to do business. You see, if they lie before they have your money, how will you be treated after they do? Think about it. Call Keystone Window for a free estimate. We'll give you the real price right up front, good for 30 days. Save $80 per window on the best Energy Star vinyl windows made today. Lifetime warranty with labor, financing available. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Philadelphia officials, namely the district attorney, Larry Krasner, taking a victory lap, declaring justice was done after a Philadelphia jury declared Maurice Hill is guilty of trying to kill Philadelphia police officers during a standoff that, of course, if you were here, you remember this captured national headlines. Everybody was covering it. It was a hot summer, that summer of 2019. August 14th, 2019. I'll take you to the city's Nicetown, Tioga neighborhood. It was a hot summer day, but it was quiet in the city. Officers were there serving a narcotics warrant, and that's when Hill opened fire. In the resulting moments, which started about 4 o'clock-ish that afternoon, and then went technically 2 days, over a period of 2 days, because it was the afternoon, and then finally he surrendered just after midnight the next day. This was a long, tense standoff. Now, if you remember it, 9 officers in all were injured, 6 of them struck by gunfire. 2 police officers and 3 civilians were trapped inside a home. I mean, this played out on live television. The choppers were overhead. I remember tweeting, at the time it was Twitter, that they need to stop showing, the choppers need to zoom out. They're showing the locations. This guy's shooting at the officers. He's clearly watching local television and taking pot shots at officers, uniformed officers. There was zero question in my mind that the shooter, what a joke. What a joke to presume that the shooter did not know they were officers. Are you kidding me? He was watching television, live TV. They told the choppers, the news choppers overhead, back off. You are revealing the location of these officers so he knows where to shoot. And I will submit to you that the reason that no officer was shot and killed that day was because they were wearing all of the apparatus and bulletproof vests. I just want to take you back to that day during this hours-long tense standoff that was gripping the city. That neighborhood terrified. Grandmothers, babies and children. There was a daycare nearby. They're sneaking kids out of the daycare. The whole neighborhood was terrified by this scumbag, longtime crook drug dealer who now was allowed over this afternoon into the day, the next day, to fire more than 100 rounds at our Philadelphia, our finest. This dude, this piece of you-know-what, was allowed to fire at our law enforcement officers. So let us look back. As the news media would tell you, none of the officers suffered life-threatening injuries, and they were released from the hospital within days. That's how they reported this. Let me just, I don't know if you've been shot. Officer Joshua Burkett, 26 years old at the time, 2-year veteran assigned to the 24th District. Thank you for your service, sir. Sustained a gunshot wound to the left hand. Hope he's not left-handed. You know, not for nothing, but if you've ever even had an accident in, let's say, with you're building something, the hammer, whatever, that finger's never the same. That hand is never this. Imagine being shot in your hand. So you have to go through and you have to be treated at the hospital and they have to remove the bullet and they, is there nerve damage? Is there tendon damage? Officer Michael Gintert, 32 years young, 12-year veteran assigned to the Narcotics Strike Force. Remember, they were serving, this was a planned event. They were serving a warrant on a scumbag drug dealer criminal whose criminal record we can trace back to the time that he turned 18, which tells me he was not a choir boy at 17 and a half. Okay? Thank you, Michael Ginter. 12-year veteran of our Philadelphia Narcotics Strike Force, sustained gunshot wounds to both of his arms. You think he's ever the same? You think his arms are ever the same? Officer Sean Parker, 32 years old, 11-year veteran assigned to the Narcotics Strike Force, also suffered a bullet graze wound to the head. Officer Nathaniel Harper, 43 years old, 19-year veteran, also assigned to the Narcotics Strike Force, and he sustained a gunshot wound to his left leg. 42-year-old Officer Ryan Waltman, 12-year veteran, assigned to the 39th District, sustained a gunshot wound in his right hand. And 31-year-old Officer Justin Matthews, 3-year veteran at that time, assigned to the 16th District, sustained a gunshot wound to his left leg. Now, maybe the bullets did not kill them. Again, more than 100 shots fired at dozens of officers. So, number one, thank God this guy wasn't a great shot. Number two, I would love to know what the bulletproof materials, that the vests and so on that they were wearing, how many bullets pierced their bulletproof vests and apparatus, that equipment that they were wearing. I don't have that information. I would love to know that information, right? And so you'll notice that a lot of these these gunshot wounds as far as the arms or the head because there's no bulletproof vest. But these officers, you're not hearing their names today in the headlines and what they've suffered because even if it's arthritis, even if it's tendonitis, whatever that is, if you're shot, there's a scar. Not only a physical scar, but also an emotional scar. And these officers, there was emotional testimony by these officers. This guy was firing. He was a convicted criminal.
North 15th Street, shots fired at police. 15 North 15th Street, give me what you got. Multiple shots. Stand by. The sister officer, Fleet Flight Radio, shots fired, 3700 North 15th Street. 39th District, 3700 North 15th.
So listen to the nature of this professional just calling for help. We need SWAT ASAP. Officer down. Officer down. This scumbag Hill, he's shot through walls trying to get at these Philadelphia police officers. It was part of a specialized unit, the narcotics team there, 15th and Erie. Knows that there are community members and there's a daycare and there are kids and doesn't care about anybody's lives. And it really just creates hell on earth for this neighborhood and for these officers. This guy clearly did not have a legal right to carry a firearm, had a handgun, had a rifle, a semi-automatic rifle. And his defense was, well, I didn't know. And so this goes on. First of all, we all paid for this trial of this guy. We paid for the trial. We paid for his defense. Thank God, yes, the jury found him guilty of attempted murder. But I'll say out of all these charges, there were like 9 charges.
Stand by. Car stand by. Second assist. 3750 115. Shots fired. Shots fired inside. Crazy 101 80. Shot still ringing off. Give me SWAT ASAP. Long gun ASAP. This is Nathan 101 80. Goddamn still shot. Car stand by. Radio. Car stand by. Car stand by. 39th District. Assist the officer. Please. 37, car stand by, 39th District, 3715 North 15th, assist the officer, second call, shots fired at police.
I want to ask you something in all seriousness, and I know we have the press conference of District Attorney Larry Krasner, who declared victory, took that victory lap. I'll go to that in a moment, okay? So just a snippet of it, I promise, just a snippet, but let me just honestly, was justice done in Philadelphia? Was that justice? See, I look at it very differently. These are law enforcement officers, and they're saying long gun. Now, why are they saying long gun? Because I'm thinking right now, I want a sharpshooter. I want the best sharpshooter, and I want to take this guy out. That's what should happen to you when you rain hell on any neighborhood, on any community. And in particular, when you fire more than 100 rounds at uniformed police officers who have announced themselves. The fact that this person was allowed to be in a courtroom, represented, and this is our American judicial system, and this is everybody's has a right, a presumption of innocence until proven otherwise. Of course, I stand for law and order. But I'm just telling you that the fact that that this trial proceeded, the fact that this was allowed to happen, this is where I'm infuriated. And who was it that was involved in, quote unquote, negotiating with basically a terrorist in our city that was allowed to take over? And everybody knows his name, but nobody knows those 6 brave law enforcement officers and dozens of officers who were being fired upon. And my answer to all of this is, no. I do not believe that you as law enforcement officers, and I have a son in criminal justice right now at Penn State who wants to be a law enforcement officer, and I'm thinking, oh my God, So let me just ask you, District Attorney Larry Krasner, and I know you're a loving husband and father. What is the limit to which you would allow your son, your child, to be fired on by an armed criminal scumbag maniac? Is it 50 rounds, 100 rounds? How many times are they allowed to get the shots off? How many officers? See, D.A. Krasner was lucky that day. They were all lucky. We were all lucky. And even Rich Ross, the commissioner at the time, was really a good guy. I knew him coming up through the ranks since he was Captain Rich Ross. I mean, even Rich Ross at the time said it was a miracle. It was a miracle nobody was killed that day. And it was. And the prayer of our city that moment, that day, I was praying. I know you were too. But the fact that they declare victory, this is not a victory. This is an example of allowing these criminals, allowing them to fire upon the precious lives of our our high-quality law enforcement officers. So I know that we talk about the summer of 2020 and that, the summer of 2020, and that's what began the defund the police movement. I would submit to you that the defund the police culture was already in play. That maybe, of course, the summer of 2020 and then the pandemic and then all the craziness, but this right here, there should be zero tolerance. And I just to compare and contrast, and I know we'll get to D.A. Krasner in a moment and let you hear from him, but I want you to think about what happened, and this is going on in Pottstown. There was another scumbag guy, this is Montgomery County, who opened fire at officers, and guess what happened to that guy? He was shot and killed. This happened last month, so pretty quick here that I want to update you on this one. This is Montgomery County. This is DA Kevin Steele, who has announced that, in fact, the 25-year-old Andrew Ecker, who was shot and killed, this happened April 6th, just recently. He crashes his car, fires shots at officers, barricades himself in a home on Winding Road there in Pottstown. It was a very dangerous situation. One officer was shot, and guess what happened to that guy? He was shot and killed. They took him out. And the ruling comes now a month later. Yes, those officers had the right to the use of deadly force. Absolutely. And so, in my humble opinion, I'm simply saying to you that in Philadelphia, there was this attitude, by Krasner, as he was speaking to this guy and speaking to his lawyer or his friend or whatever. Well, we're negotiating. No. There's no negotiation. No. What the only thing that should have been said to this scumbag in Philadelphia 6 years ago was, hey, sir, we want to let you know that we have authorized all of our SWAT, all of the sharpshooters, all of the officers who are surrounding you right now at this moment. They now have authorization shoot to kill. So either you can come out with your hands up in the air right now, or we're unloading. Boom. Hang up. That's it. Here's Krasner.
It's a tribute to the truly excellent work that was done by the Philadelphia Police that night, to the excellent work that was done by law enforcement partners of many different varieties. There's a part of that story I can't even tell, and I'm not going to tell today. But trust me, what was done that night, and I was in and around it the whole evening. What was done that night was truly amazing. So first, I do believe it should be very clear to anyone that this kind of violence, shutting down an entire area, firing repeatedly at police officers, has a consequence. And of course, we see that there will be very, very substantial exposure to years of incarceration flowing from this conviction before a jury.
Stop it. I can't even take it. This is what infuriates me.
It's ridiculous.
To say the substantial... Stop. The zero tolerance, seriously. And Krasner was right there that night. And I here's the thing. I want a district attorney who says to themselves, I imagine that these men are and women serving in our law enforcement, and by the way, multi-ethnic, There's no ethnicity issue. I'm not making an ethnic issue. There's no ethnicity issue. These are multi-ethnic, multi-faith, all diversity of officers, every age and even different areas, whether they're SWAT, etc. But I want the district attorney of Philadelphia or any great city to just imagine that those officers who are in harm's way, that's your son, that's your daughter. And would you allow your son or your daughter in that situation to be fired on? We're talking about more than 100 rounds for nearly 8 hours from the afternoon of one day until the next day by somebody who's, at the time, Maurice Hill was 36 years old. And so the record that we can see that's public was when he became 18. And so literally his entire adult life, we can track how he was a dangerous, convicted criminal. This is not justice in Philadelphia. And until we have zero tolerance for this kind of violence against Philadelphia's finest, the defund the police movement continues. You tell me, was justice done? And this is no disrespect whatsoever to anybody in law enforcement currently or then. This is no disrespect to that jury who I believe deliberated all of the evidence with due diligence. But my point to you is, when I looked at Krasner's news conference yesterday, my blood was boiling because I say to myself, this guy prioritized the fact that he wanted to show the city, well, we gave all of the rights and all of the consideration to the scumbag, drug-dealing, illegal gun owner in a neighborhood who rained hell, not just on that area, as Krasner said. That was an entire community. I would love to know about those children who were in that daycare and the impact, the trauma on them that day, their caregivers, their families. We got to know some of those families. No, this is not justice. We need to not defund police as we did in the past. We need to defund this DA. That's my take. Dawn Stensland reporting to you. I want to hear from you. 855-839-1210. My blood is boiling over this. I'm sorry.
Poor Michael Bussler.
Oh, my God. Michael Bussler.
No, Professor
I'm so
Bussler,
sorry.
he's a fan of yours, and you're on fire today, Dawn, and he is totally okay working with you and your time.
Goodness.
So we can do as you wish.
I meant no disrespect to you, Michael, either. I just had to get off.
Oh, there's more
Krasner
audio, too.
Because
he goes even further into, the community and all this. Yeah. You want to get into that after Bussler, or you want to hit it now?
No, we got to. Michael Bussler, I love you, and I meant no disrespect. My blood has been boiling.
Let's hit a quick break, and we'll get on Bussler here, yeah. You're on fire. I love it. I love it.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Goods Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750 milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also, the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Property Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon brings us this segment, The Secret to Spoiling the Moms in Your Life this spring. Now with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are always available. That's josephanthony.com. Remember, Mother's Day coming up this Sunday. Great gift for mom or anybody. We want to get to our next segment after I got that first part off my chest. Thank you. Dr. Michael Busler is in the house. I appreciate your patience with me, Professor and Program Chair of Finance.
On fire.
I'm on fire. I know. I couldn't help myself.
Watch out, Professor.
I'll keep a low profile.
Oh, my goodness. So we have to talk about all things economic, and our professor of finance and great economist and author, program chair of finance there at the great Stockton University. My nephew Lukey is a student there, Monticelli, and so I know that they all love you and you have a great reputation. But we wanted to talk about, tariffs, talk about where we are with I know the Fed begins the meeting today and tomorrow. So what do you see as far as looking out and thinking about where we are with regard to the economy, the stock market, and how presidential politics play into all of this?
Okay, so let's take a look at the big picture for a minute. First of all, GDP growth for the first quarter of this year turned out to be negative, which is never a good sign. In fact, all of the negative was due to consumers rushing out and buying imports rather than spending the money in the U.S. Because they feared that the tariffs were going to come into play and things would be more expensive. You take out that consumer spending on imports and the economy actually grew a little bit. Still, the economy has slowed down. It was growing at about a 3% rate for most of last year, slowed down to about 2.4% in the fourth quarter of last year, and then the first quarter of this year, as I just said, was negative. The Federal Reserve is meeting today, and tomorrow they'll announce their policy. I'm fairly certain they're going to keep interest rates constant, although I'm not sure that's the right thing to do. It might be time now to start bringing interest rates down, and that will help stimulate the economy and avoid any more of a slowdown. Why won't the Federal Reserve do that? They're fearful that the tariff policy of President Trump will add to inflation. And you don't want to start cutting interest rates if you're fearful of inflation. Now, so far, the tariffs are hardly kicked in at all yet, but so far we haven't had any inflation. When President Trump took office, the inflation rate as measured by the Consumer Price Index was 2.9%. The last reading, it was down to 2.4%. And I think next week, the Consumer Price Index for April will be released, and we'll see how that goes. So basically, look, the economy is in a very large transition period. President Trump is trying to create free and fair trade with other countries. They say they're on the verge of trade agreements with a number of countries. India, Japan, and South Korea are the ones that are mentioned most. Once those agreements are signed, I think other agreements will follow relatively quickly. On the positive side, that will open up foreign markets to U.S. manufacturers, particularly the agricultural industry, where most countries either put high tariffs or put a quota on how much American farmers can sell there. So, as I've said before, there may be a little bit of short-term pain here, but the long-term gain will be very significant well into the future.
Well, that's good on the outlook. I just wanted to ask you, Dr. Michael Busler, there was, advice there, and there has been advice from, I use the word biggity big, from the so-called, moguls, the expert in the national media here in America. And they say, well, by Trump declaring these tariffs, he's declaring war on our allies and business partners. My question to you is that didn't those so-called business partners, whether it's the UK, whether it's Canada, Mexico, etc., didn't they first declare war on us? Then, if they're going to call it war, if they're going to refer to it as a war or whatever, didn't they first declare that war against us by creating the situation whereby we have, we are much more fair with that, and that they impose these huge fees, if you will, on us?
That's exactly right. President Trump is not declaring war. All he's declaring is we want fairness. Forever, going back decades, the U.S. puts very small tariffs on products that almost every country sells in the U.S., and yet the other countries put very large tariffs on U.S. products trying to sell into their country. And even if they don't have very large tariffs, they put quotas. The newly elected Prime Minister of Canada is speaking with Trump, I believe, today. Canada, they say, well, look, we'll let you sell your cheese and your agricultural products, and they do up to a limit. And then they put a quota on, and once you go above the quota, the tariff is some ridiculously high number in the 100% or more range. So these countries have had an unfair advantage compared to the U.S., and this goes back decades. President Trump is just trying to level the playing field. It's not a tariff war. He doesn't want to start a trade war. He just wants this free trade to be fair, so that if we charge low tariffs and other countries sell their products here, all he's asking in return, reciprocal tariffs, all he's asking for in return is you charge the same thing that we charge, and then let the market take care of how this operates. This is not a trade war. This is trying to end a trade war and make things fair that have been extremely unfair for so long.
And, here's the thing. You say it, you make it so simple and you make it so clear. And yet, if you look at the so-called mainstream media, that's not what they're saying. And they use words like, Trump's policies are causing chaos and fear and worry. And they keep talking about recession. And so it's, in a way, to me, it's just the bias by omission. But how much does that affect the average consumer? Because really, when we think about all these outlooks, it's really based on consumers' hope that everything will be okay, right? And so how much of that affects all of the investors and all of the consumers?
So from a consumer's standpoint, consumers' willingness to spend, now there's certain things you have to buy, but what we call discretionary spending, some things you could buy, but you don't have to buy. A lot of that depends on how confident they feel about the economy. And the University of Michigan publishes a consumer confidence poll, and that has been gone down. And the reason is that consumers are reading everything that is in the mainstream media that says this is a catastrophe. Trump's going to start a trade war. It's going to cause a recession. You're going to put small business people completely out of business. When people see that, they become less confident in the economy, and they start to cut back on their spending, saying, hey, maybe I better not spend a lot of money if things are going to get bad. And you brought up a good point. There is a bias in the media. First of all, they don't like Trump. I thought I saw a study the other day that said 92% of the coverage on Trump in the media so far has been negative. Mm-hmm. So there is a bias against Trump. And the other thing is, Trump is not the normal politician who says, let me get into office, let me form a bipartisan commission, let me hold town hall meetings, we'll stretch this out for a year or two. Trump says this is a serious problem. We have to solve it right away. So even if it causes some disruption and even if people are a little confused about what's happening, the long-term outcome is what we're looking for here, to have an economy in the U.S. that, one, we want to bring manufacturing back, and he'll do that. Mm-hmm. And we want to be able to sell our products in foreign markets as freely as we allow other countries to sell their products in the U.S. market. In the long run, this is going to be very good. If the media looked at this a little more objectively, mm-hmm. they would reach different conclusions. And if it was anybody other than Trump, they would probably reach different conclusions. Look, let's be completely honest here. With Trump's personality, he just said some things that upsets people. Mm-hmm. He doesn't say things in a politically correct way, the way politicians generally say things, and people get upset at that, and they start thinking the worst. Yeah. As I told people months ago when the stock market was crashing, I said, look, take a deep breath. Don't look at your portfolio until the summer. By the summer, it'll be above what it was now, and things will be much, much better. So just allow this to play out. The long-term effects will be very positive for all Americans.
Dr. Michael Busler, within the past 4 days, a new policy began May 2nd, and this follows President Trump's one of his many executive orders. In that particular executive order that he signed last month, he was closing the loopholes in the tariff system. And so in one of his executive orders, he was eliminating the duty-free, what's called the de minimis treatment. I've talked a lot about this over the years, but, eliminating the duty-free de minimis treatment for low-value imports from China. And so there are a lot of words in there, and I know that sounds like a word salad, but it's critical when I talk to different business people here in the States, and I know people who've been drastically impacted by this. But can you explain what that means when he's closing these types of loopholes that China took advantage of?
So there are two large companies in China. One is called Temu, T-E-M-U. The other begins with an S, and I can't remember the exact name. But yeah, they've been able to bring things in without paying any duties because of a loophole. Now, if you've ever purchased anything on Temu, the products are ridiculously cheap, mostly because that they've gotten through this loophole. And don't forget, in China, they make products very labor intensive, using a lot of people, and they only pay people $1 an hour. So we obviously can't compete with that. And in addition to that, the Chinese government subsidizes a lot of their industries just so they can make things cheaper and sell them. Well, elimination of this loophole will kind of even the playing field a little bit and allow American manufacturers to be more competitive. And this has been going on, I forget how many years, but it's been a very long time. And a lot of these Chinese companies have been able to sell things ridiculously cheap. And you say, well, that's good for the consumer. You get to buy things cheap, and I guess it is. But on the other hand, American business doesn't have any way of competing against this. And all Trump is trying to do is level the playing field. He wants everybody, he likes competition. Competition is good, but he wants things to be fair. And eliminating some of these loopholes are a step in getting things to be fair.
One of the headlines within the past less than 24 hours, Scott Bessent telling or really lecturing Wall Street biggity bigs to never bet against America. That was, one of the headlines as the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. And he really kind of went off on Monday and talked about these critics and thinking about how they impact, whether they're on Wall Street, whether they're media elites, but how that impacts America. And I think that was a piece of, what he was saying there. Do you think, how far do you think something like that goes with him just calling them out publicly?
I think it goes a long way. Essentially what he was saying was, look, we are all on the same side here. We're all Americans. We're all on the same side. You can't bet against America. You're betting against yourself. Yeah. So we all have to work together here. We all have, or at least should have, the same common goals to make America better, put America first, and end some of these problems that have been going on for decades. So he got a little bit upset because it seemed like all these people that he was speaking to didn't feel like they were on the same side as Americans are supposed to be on. Economists use the term jawboning. And jawboning means you get some of the president and some of the top officials to go out there and just say, listen, this is the way things are. Things are going to be worked out. The tariff policy needed to be fixed, and we're fixing it. Forget all this gloom and doom. We're going to end up with a much better economy in the long run. We have a few problems that we'll have to get through in the short run, but we're all on the same side here, and let's start talking a little more positively about things. That's what Scott was trying to do.
And so for you, do you see a light at the end of this tunnel? And you sound very hopeful, Dr. Michael Busler. So when do you think we'll start to see some of the results and see these hopeful results that you're alluding to?
So when people ask me, what do you think about the economy? I've said since Trump was sworn into office, I'm extremely optimistic about the economy going forward. Now, that hasn't happened so far. And the question is, well, when is all this going to happen? Once some of these trade deals start to get signed, and they keep teasing that they're very close to it. And I understand these are very complex. When they did away with NAFTA and they did the USMCA, it took almost 2 years to negotiate that. So these things are very complex. But once we get some of these trade deals signed, India, I think, is on the verge of signing with us, and that's a huge market. They have over 1 billion people. So once these trade deals start to get signed and companies see that they have opportunities to sell their goods in foreign markets, that will increase GDP. I would imagine by early to midsummer, you're going to start to see some very positive results. And I think once they start, it will start snowballing and things will get better quickly.
Good. Well, then we'll hope for snow by July 4th. Dr. Michael Busler, Stockton University, thank you so much. Really appreciate you and all your insights.
Thank you, Dawn. Always my pleasure.
Pleasure's all mine. All right, around the corner, we'll get your take on all of this. And, yeah, you know what? You'll hear from Scott Bessent around the corner, as well as we've got the newly uncovered audio from those air traffic controllers as we think about the Philadelphia hub. Yeah, it was a bad wire. Just one bad wire. Wow. And 90 seconds outage. That's scary. So we'll talk about all of that as we update the daily news. But I got to talk about my guys, Marvin E. Cans. They were out a couple weeks ago. And, they got us ready for the winter. Last year they were out and actually replaced our water heat. We needed new water heaters. Yes, they both blew, so did that work too. But my guys, Marvin E. Cans, I know I can count on them. And I'll tell you about what they recently installed, which we're really excited about. They're third generation owned. So family started, family owned and operated, military veteran founded company. I hope you do take my advice. Call my guys, Marvin E. Cans, and get ready for the upcoming summer season. This springtime is a great time to get your furnace checked for this time of year, your HVAC system checked. If they feel your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency train furnace, Trane. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Mother's Day is almost here, and whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family & Company Jewelers has it all. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. Their showroom offers so many beautiful gift ideas, a huge selection at every price point for this Mother's Day. Make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift she will love. A gift from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Every day, kids at CHOP face medical battles no child should have to fight. That's why this May, United Tire and Service stands beside them, and you can too. Donate at any United Tire location and they'll match your gift dollar for dollar to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Behind every small donation is a big heart and a child who needs it. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Join them in making a difference. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been with Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Can't get enough baseball? Start streaming MLB Network today. Get up to 15 out-of-market games a week live on any device, plus 24/7 access to MLB Network's award-winning shows, including live game look-ins and exclusive player interviews. And hear live radio play-by-play from all 30 clubs with MLB at Bat. Enjoy the home of baseball from virtually anywhere. Plans start as low as $5.99 per month. Sign up now at MLBnetwork.com/stream. Available in the U.S. only. Blackout restriction applies. Visit MLB.com/subscribe for full terms and conditions.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Yeah, this is concerning as we learn more about, as I speak, there are major delays going on with this air traffic control situation, and this all relates to Philadelphia. So Philadelphia was named a while ago, apparently, a hub, right? And so I reported that earlier during Kale & Co. that, in fact, they realized it was a bad wire. And that bad wire, believe this or not, everything went dark. You cannot even imagine. It would take your breath away, as you can only imagine if you're that air traffic controller. But as I speak, Newark Airport is facing delays and cancellations as an air traffic controller shortage continues. And this morning's rain and the fog, all of the bad weather this morning, that is compounding the situation. So we have hundreds of flights that were impacted yesterday into overnight, and we're hearing about many delays today as well. So we'll watch this because usually, as you know, this has a ripple effect, a domino effect. So if we had delays overnight by the hundreds into this morning, so first thing this morning, there were something like nearly 60 delays, and then that just compounds itself as things back up throughout the day. And then there's also a back and forth between these air traffic controllers who then took leave, which they're allowed to do under the federal government. I had mentioned that this morning, that whether you suffer a physical trauma or injury or an emotional trauma on the job, you can take a 45-day leave. So because of what happened, and it's taking this horrible toll on the already short-staffed air traffic controllers, they took the leave. At least 6 of them, as far as I'm told, at least 6 individuals said, I'm taking this leave. And so now you have this situation happening where they don't have as many people. And that's going on. Now they're even more shorthanded. And so I'll take you first. I'll tell you what happened in D.C., by the way, with some near misses. But let's hear from U.S. Transportation Secretary. This is Sean Duffy. And he was on with, I think Laura Ingraham was on Fox, but I think he's been on some morning shows this morning as he's talking about that he's expecting to announce some new details of plans on how they're going to fix the nation's aging air traffic control system.
Secretary, we only seem to have you on when we got some,
thank you for that.
situation. Sorry, but how close were we for potential disaster there?
No, listen, we have backups in place. But let's talk about what happens. So we have really old infrastructure in America. It hasn't been updated in the last 30, 40 years. This should have been dealt with in the last administration. They did nothing. So the primary communication line went down. The backup line didn't fire. And so for 30 seconds, we lost contact with air traffic.
That's a big problem, don't you think?
It is. Now, were planes going to crash? No, they have communication devices. They can see other air traffic like GPS in the airplanes. But it's a sign that we have a frail system in place, and it has to be fixed. But by the way, so there's delays now at Newark. Well, if you're driving down the road at 70 miles an hour and you get white paint in your windshield, you slow down. So we've slowed the traffic down at Newark. There's a runway that's under construction, and our primary goal is to make sure people are safe. And so when you have an incident like this, both lines now work, Laura, but when you have an incident like this, you want to make sure that people are safe. And so you just have less departure.
Okay, so also there's anxiety, and that's to put it mildly. And this is out of Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport out of the D.C. area. That's following word of a number of planes and shoppers with some close calls that are very concerning here over the past few days. So at this point, the reaction is the United States Army is pausing helicopter flights near the Pentagon, pending the outcome of a new review by the 12th Aviation Battalion after the incident that happened. This is according to Army officials speaking out, and they're saying while the Army is still training and practicing those routes, conducting the VIP flights from nearby Fort Belvoir, they are not flying directly around the Pentagon because of all of these concerns with these so-called near misses. Remember, there were many that were already restricted, and that was after the American Airlines regional jet, remember, and an Army chopper had collided midair in that horrific tragedy, killing 67 people. That was near DCA. That was months ago. But now we're learning, and I'm not quite sure why this isn't a bigger story than it is, but on two separate occasions last week, the Army is confirming a Black Hawk helicopter was trying to land at the Pentagon, and at the same time, a commercial jet was approaching DCA with the aircraft getting too close. They got too close to each other, essentially. The commercial jets had to go around the airport, landed a short time later. And so these were some very close calls that rattled even those military pilots and experts and officials. So at this point, they're doing more than slowing things down, like the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said. They're just saying we're not going to fly in and out of certain areas. I would think this is at this point, it becomes national security. And so they're looking at all the options on the table. So on one hand, it's okay to say it's an antiquated situation. To me, this is an emergency. I'm not a leader or an Army official or a military official, but I think this is somebody somewhere should declare a state of emergency. We need a fix, but we also need to understand that this is urgent and this requires a sense of urgency. I know that now politicians are getting involved, and I saw some headline streaming that Governor Phil Murphy, New Jersey, we haven't heard from him in a while. He's, trying to rattle some cages and demanding answers. Senator Chuck Schumer. So some of the Democrats, they're demanding investigations as if this is something new. It's not. But Murphy literally sending a letter to Sean Duffy, Transportation Sec, asking for support on this one, because the problem out of Newark Liberty International, as you heard Sean Duffy say, they have no choice, but they have to stop so many flights. And so that's what they're doing. And so what does that mean? That means you don't have as many flights out of there. You have to fly out of, a different airport or change your plans. So all of this is emerging after that investigation showed that there was a bad wire out of the hub in Philadelphia, and all their computer screens, just everything went out. They were blind. I know there are backup systems, and we talked about that earlier and played some of the expert audio for you. It's still a bad look. It's scary. And thank God those pilots who were in the air, presumably mostly commercial pilots, but everybody did a good job, followed the backups. It's a little scary. It's a little discerning. And so they're acknowledging it's an antiquated system. We have an emergency situation here, and it does, in fact, impact our national security. I got to take a quick break. Around the corner, we've got Dr. Carol Lieberman. So she's going to give us her expert opinion, and she'll be around 11:15, but we'll update you on all the headlines. Do want to give you my take on Dave Portnoy and Barstool Sports and all that's going on. My goodness, so much breaking news. We'll get to all of it. Be right back.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick.
Online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and ride shares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
From protecting cute little doggies to protecting your food from dangerous food dyes. What are we talking about here? MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. This is an issue that I think a lot of us care deeply about and why RFK Jr. really became so popular. So we know that under the Trump administration, and President Trump supports this, the FDA, the new Trump FDA, wants the food industry to replace all these artificial dyes with natural alternatives. You know, like the rest of the world does, because when they make these foods, even if they're made here in America, we know that, for example, if there are Fruity Pebbles or these other foods, Skittles or, I don't know, cherry Jello, those specific foods, if they are going to other parts of the world, they're not allowed to contain the same ingredients. You knew that, right? Maybe you didn't know it until this administration exposed it. So what are we talking about? Cherry Jello, Cheetos, Fruity Pebbles, Skittles. I was looking for all the different foods. There are a ton of them. That Captain Crunch, the berries type of original cereals, all those berries so-called contain, dyes like yellow 5 and 6. Peanut Butter Crunch does not have those synthetic color additives, I might add, because I was looking all of this up. But what does it mean? I mean, what does this really mean with Kraft Green Goddess salad dressing or Pillsbury Funfetti frostings? If you're wondering about your favorite foods, especially the favorite foods for children, and then they've actually tied them to things like ADHD symptoms and say these food dyes not only could be dangerous as far as cancer causing and other diseases, but also could cause or trigger, help to be one of the many triggers of things like ADHD. And so affecting your pancreas, your kidney, your liver, your system, your gut health, and all of that then has other resounding impacts on our bodies. And especially if you're a developing body, like a child. So we want to talk about that. But Tyson Foods has declared, among many other, I know PepsiCo, we declared, that all these biggity big food companies are saying, well, we're being proactive. We're reformulating because we're the good guys. Yeah, we're reformulating our food products to be healthier. We're getting rid of those, petroleum-based synthetic dyes that are bad, and we're going to eliminate them from production. Well, I would submit to you, how long has this been going on? Do you know what I'm saying? So if some of these companies produce these items and then they have to send them overseas and they're not allowed to have some of these, bad cancer-causing ADHD, whatever causing, if other countries say, hey guys, can't have the petroleum-based crap in the food because, we in other countries value things like our health and our bodies and our children's health, so you're not allowed to have them, and they didn't put them in the product that they sent overseas, then something tells me they kind of knew, right? And so I'm not going to call them proactive. No. But, okay, good for you. I guess that their stocks went up because they're being proactive. That what a joke, right? They knew. And then that just shows you how Trump cuts through the lobbyists, which is why, and I always go back to the swamp when we talk about the swamp. That's why, if we want to really look at why were Republicans and Democrats, both parties, everybody was against Trump. And there were so many knives in his back, even from his own party. Why? Because, boom, look at what's happening. So the food lobby, look at any lobby. All these lobbyists, right, they had their tentacles in all these different politicians, right? And Republicans and Democrats, because it takes two. So that's, to me personally, that is how this was allowed. And so we needed somebody to say, nope, not going to do it. And that's what Trump did. And that's why you see the Mitch McConnells of the world, right? They resent him, and the career politicians on both sides have always tried to do everything they could do to keep Trump out of office again, because this is the kind of thing he does. Guess what? With Trump, what does he do? He holds a news conference and he brings in the biggity bigs. And that's what he did again yesterday. So where do you want to start, Dan?
Well, it's up to you, dealer's choice, because I actually prepared here. This is from a couple days ago. It's Marty McCary talking about the dyes, the specific nature of why they're going against these dyes, and it's really interesting. So I have that, but that's not from yesterday. Yesterday I have some stuff on gain of function research, and you were saying how Trump has been very right on a lot of medical issues, specifically that one, and Dr. Jay Bhattacharya gets into that. So which direction did you want to go, Dawn?
Well, let's just run a quicker piece on the synthetic. These are petroleum-based food dyes. Let's just start with that, so we can just tie that up with a bow.
For the last 50 years, American children have increasingly been living in a toxic soup of synthetic chemicals. The scientific community has conducted a number of studies raising concerns about the correlation between petroleum-based synthetic dyes and several health conditions, such as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, obesity, diabetes, insulin resistance, cancer, genomic disruption, GI issues, as I've seen in the hospital, and allergic reactions. For example, this Lancet study conducted a randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled study on food dyes and concluded that artificial colors in the diet, quote, result in increased hyperactivity. So why are we taking a gamble?
Mm-hmm.
Parents, moms and dads, have also tried to raise attention to the issue. Some parents have observed that these chemicals cause hyperactivity and even aggressive behavior, and that it subsides when the chemicals are removed from the diet of the child.
How about that?
Sometimes even reoccurs when those petroleum-based chemical dyes are reintroduced.
So they were poisoning us. That's the bottom line. Our own government was allowing us and our children, all of us, to be poisoned. You know what? I know we have to go because we have a guest coming up. So let's just, if we can, let's talk about gain of function. Let's get to that, and that's more recent.
This is a historic day. The conduct of this dangerous gain of function research, which aims at taking pathogens and making them more virulent, more transmissible in humans, many scientists believe is responsible for the COVID pandemic. The conduct of this research does not protect us against pandemics, as some people might say. It doesn't protect us against other nations. What it does is there's always a danger that in doing this research, it might leak out just by accident even, and cause a pandemic. Any nation that engages in this research endangers their own population as well as the world, as we saw during the COVID pandemic. This proclamation makes it so that most science is actually poses no threat to human populations. The vast majority of science will go on under this as normal. But the fraction of this research that has the risk of causing a pandemic, harming every single person on the face of the earth, we're going to put in this proclamation, this executive order puts in place a framework to make sure that the public has a say, that if such a risk is being taken, that only scientists alone won't be able to decide that. That in fact the public can say, no, don't take this risk. And I'm really, really proud to be here with President Trump, who's signed this order, ending this research, and for the first time putting in place a real regulatory framework to make it go away forever.
And so what you need to understand here, this is, remember, and I know you do, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, but I just have to say it for the record, he was somebody who they tried to silence. They shut him out. They shut him out of social media. Prominent Stanford, right? Stanford doctor and really a brilliant mind, if you will. And where do you see him now during this administration? Here's somebody that the mainstream media was complicit, social media was complicit, the previous administration, all of them. No, sir, we're going to stifle you. We're going to put a piece of tape on your mouth. We're going to handcuff you and silence you. And where does this administration, this evil Trump administration, where is he now? He's right there at the Resolute desk with President Donald J. Trump, who signed this executive order restricting federal funding for research that involves this controversial field of scientific study known as gain of function research. So there was Trump sitting at the desk signing the executive orders, and you see the prominent Dr. Marty McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, as well as RFK Jr. So just want to give you that as we think about what's going on and accountability. I'm Dawn Stensland. Thanks for being here today. We're going to have the great Dr. Carol, and maybe you have a question for Dr. Carol Lieberman. So we'll get into this as well as some of the other news headlines of the day. Thanks for being here.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of shit. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Today at 3 with 1210 WPHT.
There are so many things to talk about today and so many headlines. We talked about the Mangione comedy musical in San Francisco that sold out, really seemingly celebrating the life of a young man accused of gunning down the United Healthcare CEO in cold blood, who happens to be a husband, father of teenage sons. And one of the people who was asked to analyze what all of that meant, the monopoly money, we want to take you back to that and think about on this day, by the way, not that I'm celebrating it, but there are people literally celebrating the birthday of Luigi Mangione, which is today, 27th birthday. But Dr. Carol Lieberman is an American medical doctor, psychiatrist, forensic psychiatrist, author. The list goes on and on. Somebody who's highly respected in our nation on topics like this. I want to welcome in Dr. Carol. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I wanted to ask you about this, and we didn't intentionally mean to do this on Mangione's birthday. I didn't know
it was his birthday.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that news item.
It's kind of weird, isn't it? I just saw that on social media as people are celebrating him. All the funds that are supporting him, people have donated nearly $1 million.
Yes. Well, why that is it's expressing our frustration. What he did was his shooting touched a hot button in America. We are all, either for ourselves or a family member or a friend, we have all experienced the horror of insurance companies not paying for enough treatment for whatever it is. Certainly in psychiatry, that's the case, and in any kind of medical problem. So, it's not so much that these people really, like, that they would kill somebody or that they're celebrating his killing. It's that, finally somebody did something to express our outrage. I didn't donate to his campaign.
But at the time, when you look at this guy, you see somebody who's a young man who has clear mental health issues, maybe combined with physical health issues and back problems, maybe medication issues. With somebody like this, do you see clear warning signs that should have been seen either by family, friends, even his physicians?
Yes. But, what's interesting is that in the last 6 months or so, he really pulled away from family and friends. And, and of course he was in a lot of back pain. And, according to his roommate in Hawaii, he couldn't have sex. He wasn't able to have sex because of the pain or because he couldn't get an erection or for whatever reason. Certainly that's enough to send somebody off the deep end. But, yeah, I could just see them using that in court. I think they are going to probably do not guilty by reason of insanity. But anyhow, so I think he limited the number of people who would be able to tell his plans. Plus, it's so outrageous. Who would think of something like that he would do something like that?
Yeah. As far as this goes, the monopoly money. That one struck me that he had a backpack with his monopoly money and the items that he had with him. He was caught here in Pennsylvania at a McDonald's. Now his attorneys are fighting, saying it's a double jeopardy situation with federal and then state charges as well. But as this moves forward, I mean, what does it tell you about our own, I don't know, our American psyche, that there would be, so many people on social media actually celebrating an accused cold-blooded killer and celebrating his birthday, celebrating him through a musical that's sold out in California, celebrating him by donating a lot of money, where he's collected about $1 million in his legal fund.
Well, it's the people who wouldn't shoot somebody like he did, but who are showing support for his bringing this to national attention. I mean, it is true that, well, first of all, the company that the CEO, United Healthcare, apparently is one of the companies that is the worst in terms of insurance, what they agree to pay for. And, I mean, not that, lots of insurance companies are really bad, though, but so people, in other words, by going to see a play, they know they're going to get probably some laughs, and they'll contribute to. He did what they wouldn't have done, but that they want this attention to be drawn to it. I mean, for example, I'll give you an example of how it affects psychiatry. It has been affecting psychiatry, which has been therefore affecting the mental health of America for a good decade, because what happened is that insurance companies decided, it's at least a decade ago, that they could pay people who don't go to medical school, like psychiatrists do, people like psychologists or social workers, marriage and family therapists. They can pay people who have less education and who therefore generally charge less to do therapy, and only pay psychiatrists to do medication management. I mean, how that came about was because they made what they pay for an hour or 45 minutes to an hour of therapy so small for a psychiatrist compared to what they were usually charging, that it made it impossible for most psychiatrists to do that, to do therapy, to do these 45 minutes, and that is really the only thing that helps people. Medication. Some patients have, depending on what disorder they have, they do need medication, like psychoses, like schizophrenia or bipolar, or some other things. But and that's great. But to get to the root of the problem, you also need psychotherapy. So what psychiatrists did to try to, because if they saw they could only see 8 patients in a day, if they at the rates that the insurance company was paying. So what they did was they became pill pushers. Now, not myself. I want to say that up front. I have remained doing what I was trained to do, and what works, which is therapy, as well as, of course, giving people medication if they need it. But so all these psychiatrists are out there being pill pushers, and the patient comes in, they ask about their symptoms, they give them a pill for the symptoms, the person goes out, they give them an appointment for a month or 3 months, and they come back, and of course they're not better. So what does the psychiatrist do? They throw more prescriptions at them, and then they come back. I mean, it's a whole thing, and people don't get better. And so it is this, I'm able to tell you how it is from a psychiatrist's point of view. But there's also, of course, problems with cancer, people not getting the proper treatment or sufficient treatment because their insurance company won't pay for it, all kinds of medical problems. So, I really agree. And I'm sure that I don't agree with the shooting, but I agree that this is a major problem and that we do need to pay more attention to it.
I wanted to switch gears, Dr. Carol Lieberman, and ask you if you've analyzed the situation that's here in Philadelphia. It's making international news. That all started with his name is Dave Portnoy, Barstool Sports, and he founded Barstool Sports. Started out small, I think, as a podcaster and his love of sports, and turned it into a mega, hundreds of millions of dollar valued media company. but he was really erupting in social media over the weekend and then into Monday when somebody in his bar had posted this sign that said, F the Jews, and in a clear sign of anti-Semitism that we've seen across the country that's disturbing. So he was disturbed about it. He was notified of it. It went viral on social media. And through all of this then explained on social media that he had spoken to the two young men who were behind the sign, that they apologized. One of them's a Temple University student, and at least one of them suspended by Temple because I guess the student admitted it. And then throughout this, at first, the owner, Dave Portnoy, had said he really hoped that these two students, that the book would be thrown at them, then retracted that in a sign of, I guess what you would call a sign of justice or peace. He said, you know what, I want to pay for them to go to review the Holocaust. Maybe they were not educated, go to Auschwitz, go to Poland and Germany, to go to concentration camp scenes and sites and really learn about history and anti-Semitism to understand the depth of what they were doing to try to have this teachable moment. Well, now it is completely backfired. The students have lawyered up and have said, no, we never said that. One claims to be a journalist. I mean, this has been going on for days. And so I just wondered if I wish, and I imagine this Dave Portnoy wishes he had Dr. Carol Lieberman advising while this process went out. But your thoughts on this entire situation?
Well, I think that was a very generous and very smart thing to do. I mean, it seemed like it should have been. I mean, to offer to educate them about the Holocaust. That is what people need. But see, the problem is, and it's unfortunate, of course, that it backfired. And this whole growing anti-Semitism movement, starting with the colleges and all of that, is very frightening. It is like what happened right before the Holocaust. And what is appalling to me is that more isn't being done to punish them. If something had been done right at the beginning, it would have stopped this. Now, yes, First Amendment and all that, of course, but what they were doing on these campuses was beyond the First Amendment. And like what you just described, that's defacing property, trespassing. So people should be punished, should be charged criminally for what they're doing. And it should have been shut down, way a year ago or whatever it was that it started. And now, of course, it's harder because it's just spread so much, and it's a cool thing to do. But what Trump is doing, trying to get these students deported and so on if they're on a student visa and all of these things. I mean, that is the smart thing to do. Of course, there are all these judges all over the country who are trying to block these things. And, even the college presidents, like when they sat in Congress, when they were testifying at Congress, and they said these kind of outrageous things about basically defending the protesters and defending anti-Semitism. And, the nerve, the idea that in 2025 or 2024, when they were doing that, that this would be tolerated in America is just shocking. When I was growing up, I was always taught this was never again, And so it's shocking that, in fact, it is happening again, and America is allowing it to happen again.
Yeah, it's so true. One of the headlines in the Philadelphia Inquirer this morning is that the Haverford president, Wendy Raymond, that she has given out an official apology to the members of the Jewish community at large, but as well Jewish students, Jewish professors, and the local community. She's now facing congressional hearings on anti-Semitism because of what happened on locally the Haverford campus. It's maybe an underreported story, but is it? I'm actually grateful that she is having meetings and she's coming out and saying, I'm sorry that my leadership let you down. I think is that a good thing? I mean, to me it is, but what's your view?
Yes, yes. We need, if hopefully she'll be a model, a role model for the other presidents. There's the president of Harvard. She was one of the worst. And now there's a man who's the president, and he's Jewish. And he is taking a little firmer stand, but certainly not what you would expect, and not enough. So when the president of your university says these things, does these things, lets it go, of course that's a green light for all the students. Yeah. And really, because the whole thing started with Palestine, because the root of the problem is schools like elementary schools and junior high and high school and all that, and of course colleges, where kids are taught that there are only two people in the world, two kinds of people, the oppressors and the oppressed. And they taught that Israel is an oppressor and poor Palestinians are the oppressed. Mm-hmm. And so that got everybody on the bandwagon. But really, it's just a cover-up for anti-Semitism. It's not just about Israel and Palestinians, which, of course, if you know history, that's wrong anyway. But it's really just a barely covered way of anti-Semitism. And, of course, that's now coming out more and more.
Yeah. Yeah, when I first saw this whole thing, and we're not even going into the audio. We covered it starting in I think the 6 o'clock hour this morning, but going back and forth, it's become very emotional. But to me, I have to tell you, I think that if I were a business owner like Dave Portnoy, I would simply make sure I train my staff that when they're doing these signs, apparently if you're in a VIP section, then there are these lit up signs and you can say what you want. Like let's say your team is the Philadelphia Eagles and you can say, go Eagles, or, something of that nature. Uh-huh. So to, first of all, train the staff to say you're not allowed to put anything about any groups, no hate speech or no threats, where I don't know if they were trained properly, number one. But number two, I always tell my kids since they were little, you do not have freedom of speech in my house. You're not allowed to say, right? You're not allowed to curse or say this or that, just not allowed to happen. And guess what? Business owners can say that too. No, you don't have, this is a private business. And is part of this, Dr. Carol Lieberman, the training that maybe business owners need to, you and I don't think we would ever imagine to do this or that you'd have to deal with it. But in this day and age, you do. Maybe it's the training that's where you begin if you own any business, even a small little local restaurant or bar. Yes, that would certainly help. But schools and colleges and Ivy League colleges, they especially should be more responsible for all of this. The thing is that it's so, one of the things that I do, I am the terrorist therapist. And since 9/11, I have been helping people cope with terrorism, helping not just cope with terror attacks and the fear and all of that, but help people to realize that this is an ongoing thing. The terrorists have not given up. They've been there for 1,000 years. They're planning to take over the world, really, the West and the world. And so it's so ironic. They are just the people these protesters are people who are just even like the anti-Semitic people who are doing these signs and so on. They are just the puppets of terrorists. And what they don't realize is that the terrorists plan to kill them. Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. No, it's well put. Dr. Carol Lieberman, I could listen to you all day. You're just brilliant and a great voice. Thank you so much for joining me again. Until next time.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And in just looking at some of the social media posts, and I don't know if this is helpful either, but there's a site called Stop Anti-Semitism, and they have the update there as they say Temple University has officially suspended this student who they are identifying. This student is being publicly identified by all kinds of media, but they're saying they're identifying the student as Muhammad Khan, Khan, over his possible or alleged involvement in this situation that we're talking about with regard to Dave Portnoy, over his possible involvement with and then they put in quotes, F the Jews sign that was at Barstool Sports in Philadelphia. His Snapchat post from February showcases his past alleged anti-Semitism. And then all these different sites now are calling attention to the situation. And apparently Temple University reviewed that, and now he is suspended. So I don't know if this individual, who's identified as Muhammad Khan, if he's born in this country, if he's on a student visa, what the history is. I have no idea. I'm literally reporting to you what local and national and international media is putting out there. But this situation is it's far from over. And I haven't even gotten into the fact, Nick Cale and I, if you missed it, there were fireworks this morning. I don't know if you saw this, Dan, but 6:45-ish this morning, we really got into it because Nick was talking about the 6ABC reporter who interviewed Portnoy, who I happen to know because she's a football mom. And she is Rhonda Thomas, who's a 6ABC anchor and reporter, and a lovely lady. But she's the one who looks like a producer set up with Portnoy. So that's the latest. Portnoy went off on her. And oh my gosh, there was a lot of drama this morning. So if you missed it, just watch Kale and Company.
On the story, as you're citing this study on gender and racial equity, happens to be a minority female?
I watch it. She has a mixed ethnicity family. She's a lovely lady. She's
a minority female. I don't care.
She's a minority female. Her husband's a white guy.
Who cares? I don't care.
So don't, because she's a minority female,
what
she gets less racist?
No, I'm not saying it makes her racist. She's a minority female who probably hates Dave Portnoy because Dave Portnoy
I don't think she hates anybody.
I bet you she
does.
She's
a total sweetheart.
I looked her up online. She's an LSU girl. I know exactly who she is. But you're going to sit there and bring up the story of what Barstool did 15 years ago?
Louisiana, LSU.
No, I did my research on who the reporter was.
You don't even know her.
I don't care to know her.
She's a lovely.
I'm looking at it objectively. You're looking at it with a bias.
You're looking at it with a bias.
No, you are.
Who do you think is biased? So that suddenly,
I just read.
So there.
Wow,
so we got into it this morning. No, it was good.
That's why you unloaded on Larry Krasner. Poor Larry Krasner.
No, we were all fired up. But the truth is, with Rhonda Thomas, she had a field producer sets the thing up, and then she ends up talking to Dave Portnoy. She's quoting a study that was done on him because if I'm a reporter, and I don't know who he is. I look him up, and then I see there was a sociology study on him. She asked him a question about it, and he was like, "What are you talking about?" And then it kind of blew up more. It's unfortunate to me that I can't wait to see Toronto. I'll be like, "What the heck?" I'm sure. She sort of she probably felt like she stepped into it. And as well, I think Dave Portnoy probably feels like he wishes he had stayed out of the whole situation. I'm just going to say this, and this is not.
Welcome to Philadelphia.
I know. Well, this is not something you might be surprised that I'm going to say this. But right from the moment I saw this, I thought, Mr. Portnoy, and the only way I knew him was Peaches, his dog Peaches, who's adorable in pizza. I didn't really know much about him at all, but I just thought, oh, dude, stay out of it. Stay out of this whole thing. He was trying to show grace and restorative justice. He was trying to educate and give these two students, one of whom is now suspended. He was trying to give them grace, but I want you to understand that they hate him because he's Jewish. I mean, that's the bottom line. And when you have that kind of hatred that has been seeded in somebody's life, I don't know that he was going to solve that. And so that's the lesson he has learned. And the whole thing is just messy. And I'm what a mess. Take my advice, Mr. Portnoy. Just stay out of that.
We got to get going.
We got to go.
Yeah.
All right.
Here's about some great cars, though.
I'm going to drive away from this moment. Thanks to my friends at Take Me Away. Take me away, Piazza Premium Automobiles. I need to escape. Featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And yes, these models so sleek, new designs, innovative features, and powered by the very latest in technology. Right now, Piazza Premium Autos, they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A slow-moving storm system will keep the forecast unsettled today. We'll see clouds with some sunshine, scattered shower storm possible, high around 76. For tonight, a shower storm possible, otherwise mostly cloudy with a low near 60. And for Wednesday, partly sunny and less humid with a high 76.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Family Savings event at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time JD Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I'm fired up. So just to recap, Kale and Company, man, do you think it's going to be fired up tonight when we have this event?
Perfect timing for this.
So Nick
feud
Kale,
develop
he
over here.
said that I am coming from a place of bias, right? And this whole thing. By the way, Dave Portnoy, here's my advice to you. Stick with your lovely dog, Peaches. We all love you for your doggy, Peaches, and your pizza reviews, and stay away from this whole issue. Don't have grace for anti-Semitic people who are nasty. By the way, it's Jewish American Heritage Month. Did you know that? This is the month of May, is Jewish American Heritage Month, celebrated every year in May, recognizing and celebrating the contributions of Jewish Americans to American culture, history, and society. And this, as we tomorrow will have congressional hearings with other college and university professors who had all kinds of horrifying anti-Semitic events on their campuses, including locally. And this, as in the headlines, President Trump again says that, for example, Ivy League schools such as Harvard pulling their funds or threatening to pull funds, no future grants, that sort of thing. And so I think this administration is doing everything it can to say this is not tolerated. Zero tolerance for this kind of hatred and violence and threats. It must end.
Research. You're looking at it because she's a soccer mom or whatever, and you have a soft
she's a football mom.
Oh, who cares? And I'm a dance dad. Does that make any difference about what I say on the air?
It really got heated,
I
huh?
know. First of all,
man.
get your, I'm not a soccer mom. I'm a football mom, among other things.
Yes.
But then he makes the statement that because the reporter is an LSU grad and a minority mom, she's a black woman, that she's coming from a place of bias. Then he said, I'm biased because I like her. He's biased. You're biased. Boom.
Can we just throw this grenade out? So we're going to be taking questions from the audience tonight. Just throwing it out there. I'll be walking around the audience with a microphone. And, if you want to raise your hand, I think that's how we're going to do it. I'll come over to you. You can introduce yourself to me. If your question's good enough, I'll get you up. Or I'll get the microphone on and get the question up there. And if someone happens to have a question about this morning, maybe you might be moved to the front of the line.
Yeah.
Just saying.
With some fireworks.
Yeah.
We had some fireworks. The fireworks will continue because we're always fired up.
I got to stop being an Esther. I'm sorry about this.
Esther?
Yeah, no, an S-stir.
Oh.
I can't say the first word. But
okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were like, Esther.
Yeah, I'm digging up, continuing this. I'm sorry, and refusing to offer any kind of opinion on it myself. Yeah.
Drama. By the way, remember under Fauci, we learned that the NIH was conducting these cruel, deadly drug experiments against little beagle doggies. Remember that? They had said that, then Fauci said, it's not true. Well, now we have the confirmation. Again, this was something that the new NIH director, National Institutes of Health Director Jay Bhattacharya, he did reveal that, in fact, that was going on and that they have stopped the government research lab that was used to conduct cruel and deadly drug experiments on beagles for 40 years. Did you know this was going on for 40 years?
Wow.
40 years. That's a sin. It was a clinical center. It was in Bethesda, Maryland. And they were pushing pneumonia-causing bacteria, like injecting pneumonia-causing bacteria into thousands of these beagles' lungs among the brutal experiments. And then they were, suffering and dying. Whoa, that's horrible.
Beagles.
I guess because they have a thin skin because of, you know what I mean? They're not like a real furry dog, and so they're easier to probably have IV. I mean, I hate to be, that's why the same with, what's the other dog that they do? In other words, dogs that don't have a lot of fur and a thick coat, if you will. Those are the ones they do the experiments on.
And people try to find the worst possible spin for it. I'll give you a couple of examples. So, for instance, I put out a policy to make sure that we have when we use we have animals in research that we look at alternatives. It's very easy, for instance, to cure Alzheimer's in mice, but those things don't translate to humans. So we've put forward a policy to replace animals in research with other technological advances, AI and other tools that actually translate better to human health. But then I'm getting, and we got rid of all the beagle experiments on the NIH campus. But it's sort of like people just don't trust the NIH anymore, and I can understand why. The NIH during the pandemic leaned into lockdowns, school closures, all these things, and so I think there's still a level of distrust that the American people have for the NIH that I'm hoping under President Trump we can reverse.
So that was Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. Did you know, I did not know this until today, that beagles are the most frequently used dog breed in research. And the reason is because they're so sweet and docile, they won't bite, even when they're being basically tortured, and because they're smaller, so they're easier to handle and house.
That's devastating.
Oh, for all you dog lovers, I know. I'm so Dawny Downer today. I hope Dom Giordano has some. Dom, I'm just fired up today, Dom.
Okay, let me put on my cheery face. Well, we have the big night tonight. There's that.
Woo.
I am dressed in black at Dan's request, though, so that's a Dom Downer. Man, that's going to be a heck of a panel tonight.
Wait.
I have the turtleneck here. I prefer this, though. It's slim.
You can't say you're not going to show up in a suit and then show up in a suit.
This isn't a suit.
Well, you have a jacket.
Well,
over there.
I'm going to wear that
And he's a
depending
dresser.
upon what I think the audience wants. I'm going to gauge
Dawn,
the
did he
audience
not say
there.
yesterday he was not wearing a suit?
I am not wearing a suit.
And then we had a whole conversation whether Dawn's going to be wearing a suit.
I'll be wearing leather.
Oh, there you go. All right. See,
Dom, why did you not wear leather?
I should
Dom
get
in leather.
I should get some leather. That's
Yes.
I have a leather jacket.
I've heard we
but
had
it's
an old host
really
here that
heavy.
loved leather.
Really heavy though, not one of those stylish.
When you go to Italy,
yes,
you got to buy some new leather.
Some leather pants.
Seriously.
Okay, let's put that down for the Sicily read today. We're going to be into leather. Yes, let's put that down there. Okay. All right, we're getting warmed up for tonight. Dawn, a couple of things. One, where did President's Alcatraz idea come from? I like the general, tenor of it because it strikes tough on crime. And who is the highest paid teacher in Pennsylvania? They're in Bucks County, and the number. Dawn, you want to take a guess? Yearly salary, a teacher, not an administrator.
I'm going to guess $142,000.
Higher. Keep going.
Higher.
Yes. Much higher.
$182,000.
Keep going.
No, for a teacher?
Teacher, wow.
For a teacher, I'm surprised. And usually I say merit pay is the way to go, but at these rates, Dawn, Central Bucks, of course.
Nice.
Of course, yeah.
I can't wait to hear the answer.
Yeah, thanks.
The Dom Show. Ooh, it's a good one. He's wearing black.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't.
Yeah.
They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with "F the Jews" signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet or giving you your own personal marching band. But we decided on special military offers instead. This month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card on us when you purchase a new smartphone on My Plan, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Additional terms apply.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Big day. Hope to see you over in Phoenixville tonight. Weather cooperating. Well, maybe it's on and off. A lot of stuff happening, though. I'll give you the teacher salary thing here in a moment. And look, I am the biggest fan there is of highly paid teachers' merit pay. Not what might be going on here in Bucks. I only have Bucks County. They're the only ones that did it. Their local paper. If you want Delco, ask them to do it, or the others. I don't have that. But Bucks County, certainly well paid. The highest paid teachers in most of Bucks County's 13 school districts rank in the top 50 salaries across the Commonwealth. Every district in Bucks County falls within the top 100. The report includes information on 200,000 of these folks in charter schools, etc. The highest paid teachers in Bucks County. Bucks' highest paid teacher is $191,000. 191 and change. That is, they don't give the name. It's the Central Bucks, of course. $191.47, the highest in the state. I think the averages are something more to look at. But even a school district, like some of these, I would have suspected it. Penridge, the highest salary there is $147,711. But Ben Salem has somebody at $117,992. That's the third highest salary in the state. Let's see. The average elementary school teacher in Pennsylvania now makes approximately $82,603. So that number is pretty high. Now, that doesn't mean in some parts of Pennsylvania it's not a little bit lower than that or a lot lower. All right, so I'll give you more on that, particularly the averages as we go forward. Yesterday, the Pulitzers came down, and the winner in the photo, I almost switched, and I may switch it to tomorrow. Today we got National Nurses Day, so we got something special on the side. But almost switched it to all-time photo, which we've done before, and you know mine. If you're a listener to the show, I don't see how that photo could ever be beaten in human history. President Trump says we don't take enough credit for the end of World War II, May 8th. This is not victory over Japan. It's victory over Europe, that photo of the kiss. To me, that symbolizes America, second to almost any photo that I can think of at any time. But today we'll be thinking medical. We'll get to that in a moment. But the guy who won the Pulitzer, I think, is worthy. After all, he did an entire photo spread of the Trump shooting and actually has the bullet somehow or another. I'm not sure how he has the bullet in this spread being shot at, the one that missed in Butler. But Byron York, a guy I really respect, you see him on Fox. He writes for the Washington Examiner. He says, I know the winner is enormously deserving, but I still find it hard to believe that this photo did not win the Pulitzer this year's in breaking news photography, which is a really tough breaking news. You got to be there on the scene. You got to be sharp. You got to come up with an angle. That's a lot. And it's a photo of Trump as the Secret Service has him almost off the stage, holding up and saying, fight, fight, fight. And you can see the blood gushing from the ear. If I had to choose, I would choose that, even over the bullet whizzing by and the other. I mean, it was great work by the guy who captured this in Butler. And Byron York seems to suggest they did not choose that one because that one is about Trump's fighting spirit. As great of a shot as it is, it's more about Trump than the photographer. The other one is capturing those moments as the photographer. So if I had to choose, I would be with Byron York. That would be the one that I would choose. And he thinks there's a bit of, no. We're not going to go with Trump in an heroic manner there as the photo of the year versus Trump being shot at. And they're right in that the backup guy's got something worthy. But is it worthy of the breaking news photo of the year, given what you have with Trump bleeding there, with the Secret Service surrounding him, holding up his arms, fight, fight, fight. As worthy as the other one, I would go with that. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get in a little bit more on the salaries now. $191,000 is the highest. Montgomery County has 4 teachers that cracked the list. In Abington, 157, Lower Marion, 151. Doesn't that tell you something, too? You think of the richest areas around here, you got to think Lower Marion. Abington, though, is where they really tax you to death and where the schools are enormous that way. Lower Marion's 151, but Abington has 157, Wissahickon 128, and Cheltenham is 138,000. Even Lancaster, 7 highest paid teachers in the state. They have a teacher there. Lancaster County, I think it's pretty cheap to live, 142. Let's see. Wanted to give you the average here. The average elementary salary in Bucks County, elementary school. This is the average elementary, from highest to lowest, the average put together. Average salary, wow. In New Hope, Salisbury, it's $120,000. Council Rock, $113,000. Let's see. Ben Salem, $96,000. That's his average. Bristol Borough, even Bristol Township, $92,000 and $89,000. Secondary teachers. Let's see. Secondary teachers, New Hope, Salisbury, $121,000 is the average. Wow, that's the average. Woo! Council Rock, $112,000. The Chamonix, they used to have a ferocious teachers union there, $108,000. Central Bucks, $105,000. Ben Salem, $100,000 is the average. These are the averages, though. So that tells you something across the board. Now, I still prefer merit pay, and the salary could even be higher. But that's where we are with Bucks County. Bucks County, I'm not sure if they're higher paid than Montgomery County. I think they might be, but I don't have those numbers. I just have Bucks County. Gives you a pretty good barometer. Do you resent it, or do you think that, this is something that results in good schools? All right, 855-839-1210. Get your line staked out, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Thanks to John, one of our listeners, and we'll give you some of this tomorrow. Tomorrow, they're massing for the so-called immigrant rights group, are massing in Doylestown for a big news conference to excoriate Fred Herron. Fred Herron is the great sheriff of Bucks County. They shouldn't even have an election. They ought to make him sheriff for life if he wants to. Leaders from Immigrant Rights Action, NAACP Bucks County, Make the Road, Pennsylvania, driver's license for illegals, CASA, ACLU, Indivisible, to speak out against the human and financial cost of Bucks County Sheriff's pending 287G agreement. That would allow Bucks County Sheriff deputies to ask any person about their immigration status. That's what they say. And the power to serve and execute warrants of arrest for immigration violations, making law enforcement officers de facto ICE agents across the country. Fred Herron says, well, that's not the case. You see these people, they resent the law coming to Bucks County, and they're going after Fred Herron. And one of the biggest things they say is, well, if you do this, we're going to sue you more. You're going to be sued. Well, then don't sue them. And that's going to result in the taxpayers having to pay more money. All right, I want to play you one cut. We got some great guests stopping by. I told you about this. Speaking about the border, which tonight at our big event over in the Colonial over in Phoenixville, I think this might even be the leadoff anyhow, the border, deportation. Here is Morning Joe. I told you about this yesterday. Here's Morning Joe with the Reverend Al Sharpton. And they're making the case that somehow or another, what Obama did, kicking people out, was fine. But what Trump is doing in deporting people is not. YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210WPHT. So Joe Scarborough struggles. I told you this is the argument they're making. Well, we know Obama did it. But Trump is different in the way that he's doing it because Obama and Biden let them into the country at the border, then deported them, which is untrue. Trump, they're already in the country. Why is he deporting them? Too costly, too risky. Listen to Morning Joe in one of the wildest ways to try to strike at the biggest strength that Trump has. Let's face it, the biggest strength he has is people liking what's going on with the border. Here's how it sounded.
Rev, that in the Biden administration, when you had 5 million people coming across the border illegally over, a couple of years, much easier to have those deportation numbers up because so many illegal immigrants were coming in. Now the border's quiet. Right. And so again, as we predicted beforehand, it is extraordinarily expensive to deport people. This wasn't going to be as easy as it would have been during the Biden administration because, again, 5 million were let in illegally. They're at the border, and that's what Barack Obama did with his deportations. A lot of these non-judicial deportations were already close to the border, so it was much easier to deport without going through the judicial process that we're talking about.
It is not only more expensive, it then borders on a lot of questions of civil liberties for people that are legally here, because now you're going into the mainland of the United States and you're grabbing people with no due process who maybe should be here legally and who are, in the cases of a Garcia, the wrong people. So when it was done at the border with Obama and Biden, you had less risk of that.
Unbelievable. I know you're saying, well, why did they do this? Okay, calm and think, what else are they going to do? They cannot win on the border or come close to it with what Trump is doing. So what do? We got to concoct something. You just can't sit there. They're not going to say we agree. You just have to sit there and come up with something. This is what they've come up with. The difference, notice they're emphasizing Obama. They threw Biden in there. So what Trump's doing is risky because they already let him in. Well, how did they get in that he has to get them out then if they were doing all this at the border? Well, there's nobody there with half a brain to respond to this. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210 today. National Nurses Day. So we want to know real or fictional. And you got to really go outside a little bit with this. It's all in the call. A medical professional, real or fictional. I'm going to take off an easy one, Dr. Ben Carson. I've spoken with the man 25 to 30 times, 3 or 4 in person, and he is just an unbelievable figure. But how in the world, anybody, he doesn't know, I don't think. It's divine inspiration. How could he do some of the operations that he did? It's almost unknowable. It's unfathomable how big these were. And I'm going to take Jonas Salk off. You don't hear about Jonas Salk. Polio vaccine. And by the way, the polio vaccine was not well received in the beginning. It took Elvis getting injected on the Ed Sullivan Show or somewhere for people to get the polio vaccine. And I just think what this guy did every summer, particularly, people, iron lungs all over the place. Dr. Jonas Salk just doesn't get how big of a deal that was. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I'm going to take one real, one fictional off. I got to go with someone who's got to be on the Mount Rushmore of nurses here, Clara Barton. I mean, self-taught nurse and founded the Red Cross. It doesn't get much bigger than that.
Sure.
And then the other one here I have to preface because context is key in the name I'm about to say. Robert De Niro is one of his many roles was in the movie Meet the Parents, where he starred as Jack, the disapproving father-in-law of one Gaylord Greg Fokker, who was a male nurse.
Yes.
And Robert De Niro was very wary of that job title and if he could provide for his daughter or not. So, yeah, those are going to be my two today, Clara Barton and Gaylord Fokker.
All right. So one could be fictional, could be real. That's all that we want. Somebody who's a medical professional of one sort. If you have a nurse, so much the better. I'm saving one up, fictional. That's an all-timer, won the Academy Award with it, but I'll let you do it, or a doctor. But you gotta really strike a chord here with why you chose them. And I got a couple more I'll take off as we go along. Also, though, the teacher salary thing. I follow this stuff pretty much. Wow, 191,000 in, it says it right here, highest paid teachers in Bucks County. Doesn't say administrator. It says teachers. At least one teacher in Central Bucks was paid $191,047. That is pretty good. I don't know, doctorate, how many years they were there or something, but still, 191 on the scale for a job. It's pretty hard to be fired from, with a lot of other perks. Difficulty, too. It's a hard job. 191. Wow, Central Bucks is a different world. It really is. How about those averages, though? Several average salary are in the 120s. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us on the side. Hit us on that. At 12:30, we are going to talk with Julie Kelly, all-time great investigator, particularly on January 6th and things related. Ashley Babbitt's relatives have struck a deal. She might know even more details about it with the Trump administration Department of Justice on her death, her shooting by Officer Byrd, payment, a civil payment on that. We'll get into that, but I'll ask her about several other things, too. She's here at 12:30. You get in at 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Nick Kale here, and every month we shine a spotlight on an outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Be here Wednesday, May 7th, as we honor U.S. Army Reservist State Senator Tracy Pennyquick. Our Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. That's tomorrow morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra. Wow, that's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Ocean City Music Pier on Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Toyota is proud to present the 98th Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River, May 16th and 17th. Enjoy the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village near the grandstand finish line, where the 2025 Toyota lineup will be on display. Come and visit the world's oldest and largest high school rowing competition along the Schuylkill River and see a variety of 2025 Toyota trucks at the Athletes Village near the launching dock. See you at the regatta. Toyota, let's go places.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Today at 3 with 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Don time. By the way, it's not Gordon Chang telling me this. New York Post, several outlets indicate protests erupt in China after furious workers demand back pay as the Trump tariffs on imports jolt their economy too. Now, you could say, it's a New York Post. I've seen this in several places. Now, the Chinese government will shoot them if they have to, Tiananmen Square and all that, in the end, but for now, there are protests. So what does it tell us? All right, I think we're at a point where, and it's harder for politicians to, I said it in the beginning, I want Trump to take on China. I want Trump to be the disruptor. I'm in agreement with that. But I wanted to have lined up, and we're starting to see Besant versus Navarro, the crazy town of Lutnick and Navarro are fading a bit. India is going to sign a deal, Besant says, and it might even be this week. Once that happens, the dominoes are going to fall well. I mean, we got to come to a point where we defend Trump against a lot of the nonsense that's out there. But when you see something that doesn't feel right to you, not because the media says it, your own sense, we are where we are. E.J. Antoni yesterday. Nobody do our listeners like more, or I like more as an economist. And he said he wished, though, we had adopted this strategy. We sign up, get reciprocal trades with India and the other, Japan, some of them more willing. Then we move on to the EU, and then we take on China one-on-one. O'Reilly gave us the theory, and I get it. It's gotten Trump where he is, flooding the zone. We're coming at you. We're throwing everything at you. But I don't get why you would do this to people that are friendly or at least relatively friendly. You want to lock them up, get those field goals on the board. I want to put it up there on the board. And then I may have to throw the bomb here, so to speak, in dealing with China. Doesn't that make more sense? That's the way I see it. That's O'Reilly, who knows him, et cetera. It was a mistake to go just against all these at once. They're not going to fold necessarily, just because it's shock and awe, at least quickly. Now, once you have some of the main players on the board, these others are going to come around. And then when we face down China, I'm all on board. But not having them locked up and then going mano a mano with China makes it more difficult. I think that's exactly what happened here. That's the better way to approach it. Now, E.J. Antoni yesterday said, Dom, yes. But the bottom line is we are where we are. And that's it. That's what the deal is. All right, let's go to Ken in Chemung on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Ken.
Hi, good afternoon, and thanks for taking my call. I had a couple comments on the teachers' merit pay and the teachers' salaries. I guess first on the merit pay. I'm fully in favor of teachers being responsible and accountable for their students' growth and progress. But I think you have to look at some other factors. Hypothetically, say I'm a fourth grade teacher, and I'm getting kids in the beginning of the school year from third grade, and maybe that third grade teacher just didn't have a real good...
Okay, well, let me stop it there, Ken, because I'm not want to interrupt, but here's how it goes. You're not responsible for that. It's where they start and where they finish over the course of the year. That's what we're looking at.
Okay, but I know there's also student growth factors, and so I think if you do a pre-test and a post-test beginning of the year, end of the year, that's a fair indicator where the kids are.
Of course,
and
yes.
we agree on that. Now, with regard to salaries, I think you have to also take a look at. Are you just talking about a teacher's classroom instruction salary, or does that salary that's posted in the paper include other activities like before school, after school tutoring, working during the summer for summer programs? So I think we have to take a look at is that a cumulative salary?
No, it's their salary, Ken. So look, it would be minuscule if it's some of the things you suggest. They don't have summer. It's not summer. This teacher's paid $191,000. Look at the averages too. Isn't that more telling? In some of these districts, it's $120,000. You think all those teachers have a lot that's added on versus that's the average, $120,000.
Yeah, no, I don't think they all have a lot added on. I'm just saying that you've got to look at what's all included in that salary, and if it's just their base salary for the traditional 10-month school year, well, that's for some of those people, that's a heck of a lot of money.
It is. Thank you, Ken. Thanks for the work out there. 191,000. And I thought I was on top of this stuff. And look, I'm the ultimate guy. You can pay a teacher. Look, I get it. I get all the. America's addicted to NFL football, so we're going to pay a quarterback $50 million because they're rare. How many teams don't have a functional quarterback, a franchise quarterback? The ones that are going to get paid $40 or $50 million a year, depending. We're not going to pay a teacher that. I would argue, though, I have seen some teachers that are once-in-a-lifetime teachers. But society doesn't think having that once-in-a-lifetime teacher is the type of thing where you're going to reward them with that type of money. Because it doesn't matter to society as much. I mean, could I see a teacher worth $1 million a year? Yes, in my view. That'd be an awful outlay. Can you imagine the pressure on that teacher? Okay, pre-K, you didn't split the atom yesterday. What the hell's wrong with you? Johnny, get back over there at that nuclear reactor. But I'll be radioactive. No one said pre-K was going to be easy, kid. Get in there. All right, so we get it. It's rarity, somebody playing pro sports that can do at that level 1 out of a million or 10 million, literally. But merit pay, these are averages, though. Even I can't support this. Wow, what the hell goes on? And I may have to get the guy who wrote this for the Bucks County Courier-Time and ask him some of these questions. It's great research. And the averages are in the 120 in some of these school districts in Bucks County. Wow. All right, let me take one off the board here. Phil in Delaware. Phil, who's your medical professional?
Of all the people in the world, Doctor Who.
Tell us why.
And it's amazing. Whenever I talk to people, they'll give like doctor and a long last name. I'll say Doctor Who. So it kind of goes different ways.
Gotcha. Thank you, Phil. Does it sound like he's underwater there? I thought that was a submarine call. There was a gurgling.
He sounded fine when I was screening him.
Yeah,
I don't know if he decided to take a dip.
Yeah,
the sun's coming out.
I'm going to take Dr. I'm going to take Dr. Jill Biden off.
Oh.
There you go. Dr.
Oh,
Jill.
boy.
I know, don't call me. She's not a medical, well, she's a nurse. She's been nursing a former president, so there's that. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk with Julie Kelly, all-time great investigative reporter, about January 6th, the news settlement, Trump's Department of Justice with the survivors of Ashley Babbitt. That's coming up, and we'll get into some other things. First, let's talk about Dr. Bentz. You know, I want to tell you about my experience recently with Dr. Bentz. I've told you about Dr. Bentz, my friend and dentist for 10 years at the Bentz Dental Group. One of the things I like is he doesn't offer you just one solution. He's very patient-centric and says, we can go with this, we can go with that. So, one time a couple years ago, he said, well, we could do a dental implant or I could try something else. I was looking at everything in front of me and I tried something else and it worked. This time around, though, we were in a different situation and I decided on a dental implant, which I completed. Everything worked well. And I can say the experience and the aftercare are going great. I'm in the final stages of it now, and Dr. Bentz got me through it, told me every expectation of what would be there. Wasn't nearly as bad as my perception was at all. It was seamless. Dr. Bentz knows that everyone in every situation is unique. Your implant journey starts, first of all, with a comprehensive diagnosis using advanced imaging and technology combined with personalized consultations based on years of experience. Dr. Bentz will explain in detail the options available to you so that you can make the right decision. It's all to get you the smile and the dental comfort and health that you really want. The great dental health we all need. Call the Bentz Dental Group, get that initial look-see, or if you haven't been in a while, give them a call and get an appointment. 610-272-6949, BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/radio. That's Hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guests. It's been a while since we've spoken with Julie Kelly. Wanted to find out from her how she thinks it's going with, say, the FBI, among other things. But in addition to that, as I said, there appears to be a settlement with Ashley Babbitt and the Trump Department of Justice. At least that's what we hear. I'm sure Julie has more information. Julie, welcome back in. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Thanks so much for having me.
So out of the blue, these things happen like that. Maybe you were on it. Maybe you heard this was happening. What can you tell us about this potential settlement with the survivors?
The Ashley Babbitt settlement?
Yes.
Yes. So this is a lawsuit that was brought by Judicial Watch on behalf of Aaron Babbitt, who is Ashley Babbitt's widower. This is a $30 million wrongful death lawsuit that was filed in 2024. And it appears that the Trump administration, the Trump Department of Justice, and Judicial Watch have reached some sort of settlement. We don't know what that is yet. We should know within the next few weeks. The agreement was being extended to Ashley Babbitt's representatives last week. They're going to be looking at it. Tom Fitton, who is head of Judicial Watch, has been posting about it. So it appears that, we don't know if it's the full $30 million. It could be very close to that. But the president has spoken about Ashley Babbitt for years, speaks with her mother on occasion, and I believe other family members and friends. So he feels very passionately that obviously her killing needs some sort of justice, and this hopefully is just the first step in getting justice for that totally unnecessary killing of Ashley Babbitt by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd on January 6th.
So, Joy, it allows me to swing into the FBI. How have they done so far around January 6th, but on a broader scale? Patel has been involved, I think rightfully so, in several things that I've seen. But what about some of the bigger things that we thought might be released? What's happening in your view?
Well, look, I think we all recognize that the FBI is the most deeply corrupt, weaponized, partisan agency in the federal government, and that's saying a lot. There are 37,000 FBI employees among 56 field offices and FBI headquarters. So you're talking about a very belligerent, entrenched bureaucracy in the FBI. So Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, and of course Pam Bondi, Attorney General, the FBI is under the DOJ, certainly have their work cut out for them. And it's not like, as I've said, Christopher Wray put all of the records that we've been looking for and want, answers to questions that we have sitting on Kash Patel's desk in neat little piles. Here is what you're looking for. So they certainly have faced many challenges getting answers that they want. But in the meantime, they have reassigned, demoted, and forced the resignation and retirement of several top FBI officials, including James Dennehy, who is the head of the New York FBI field office, who instantaneously was defying the Trump DOJ. So this is a work in progress. It's going to take a while. I know people are losing patience, but there is a lot to uncover, expose, and bring to the American people, and hopefully result in criminal charges against those at the FBI who need to be held accountable.
Now, I'll give you the area where there's some impatience with my listeners. Maybe you hear it too. Maybe you are too. We did see the release of a lot of JFK, RFK, et cetera, but not the full Epstein or anything remotely toward what people would like to see about Epstein.
Right. So that's not an issue that I'm covering or concerned about or feel that the need to see. I understand that people want to see it. I'm not really sure why, to be honest. I'm not really sure what can be done at this point if we do get full transparency on that. But it certainly is on the lower rung of priorities of what I would like to see out of this FBI. So I guess I understand why people want to see it. I'm not really sure what the end game is on that.
So, Joy, what's top priority for you? And again, you are on top of as much stuff as anybody I bring on over the years. First 100 days from where you are, the type of work that you do and the exposés, et cetera. What do you think of the first 100 days?
I mean, look, Donald Trump and his administration and his team were handed multiple crises that needed to be stopped and resolved. And I think we see, most importantly, the closure, for the most part, of the southern border, which is just a huge win for the president or for the American people. But again, he is taking over a hostile bureaucracy, and so is his team, and so are his cabinet members. So I think what they are doing, and I especially think what he's doing with his executive orders, are commendable. They have already resulted in outcomes that the American people want. But he's still got his work cut out for him. And unfortunately, I don't see a lot of help from Republicans in Washington, who should be codifying some of these immigration rules that he's seeking, especially, say, the Alien Enemies Act. There should not be federal judges, unelected, unaccountable federal judges with no right to reverse the president's designation of a foreign gang like TDA as a terrorist organization and immediately remove those members from our country. We should not allow federal judges to do that. So where is Congress helping him? That's just one example in my mind. But I do think that in terms of the weaponization of the federal government, they have made progress. They are getting rid of the bad apples. We see even what's happening in the Civil Rights Division, Harmeet Dillon taking that over a few weeks ago, resulting in 2/3 of the lawyers and employees in that division leaving. Bye-bye. Please don't come back. So there is a purge going on, and I think that for people who are doubtful, just need to look at some of the reporting indicating that DOJ is definitely cleaning house, the FBI, with a lot more to come, I believe.
Julie, what are you working on now then? What's the prime thing for Julie Kelly?
Good question. So what do I have up? I'm kind of tracking what Republicans are doing. We've had some good movement, I will say, from Senator Grassley and Johnson, who appear to be expanding their inquiry into the lawfare against the president. They are seeking answers from the FBI, DOJ about files for, say, the Mar-a-Lago raid, the Arctic Frost investigation, which was the investigation into the president for January 6th. They just released a letter this week seeking information from the National Archives, which is one of the very dirty players early on, especially in the documents case, concocting that classified documents case against President Trump. They are seeking records that would demonstrate correspondence between the Biden White House, the DOJ, FBI, and NARA to create those investigations against the president. So it appears that, at least in the Senate, they're expanding that investigation. So we hopefully will get those documents, and that will help launch investigations into what is most of interest to me, and which we know out of the documents case, the Biden White House General Counsel Jonathan Sue, in close communications with the Department of Justice, Biden's DOJ, and the National Archives in developing that criminal referral that resulted in Jack Smith's indictment in June 2023 against the president for allegedly hoarding classified documents.
You know, if you would have told me we would see a federal case like this and the National Archives guy would be the key player, you can't write that. Hollywood would reject that script and say, come on, this is trivial. You're not having the National Archives guy cause all this with these other players.
Well, look, it was the National Archives, and I'm going to be writing this up. David Ferrero, who's an Obama appointee, a brazen partisan, he called January 6th the worst day of his life. By May of 2021, and he had no authority to do this, he was demanding files from the president's transition team and threatening to go to the DOJ if he didn't get what he wanted. Well, the NARA has no federal criminal enforcement authority.
Right.
He was a total political actor. And the Trump transition team did turn over those 15 boxes in January 22, handing NARA really the creation then, their launching pad for this phony indictment, phony case of classified documents. But that's where it all originated. We saw some of the communications come out in the documents case. Thank you to Judge Aileen Cannon, who disclosed all of the files that the defense had collected showing that communication, but there's a lot more, including visits by top NARA officials to the Biden White House in 2021. So that is going to be very explosive. As you know, Dom, I covered that document
yes, sure,
inside and out, went to the Florida courthouse many times, so I find this to be a very gratifying development the two senators looking for more information on that.
Well, I would like a seal, and it says, Julie Kelly says, satisfactory work so far. If you get that, that's an indicator for a lot of people, even conspiracy-oriented, to say, all right, these guys are the good guys. They're on it so far, not they're complete, but that gives me encouragement. You seem to be thinking the second time around with Trump, they got it. They're drilling down lower, like Harmeet doing, a major player, but not the top of the department, and moving the ball forward, somebody with power at a lower level to kind of root out the deep state.
Well, I think it's also important to remember that Todd Blanche, who's the Deputy Attorney General, and Emil Bove, who is the number 3 at the DOJ, they were the president's lawyers in both the New York case, Alvin Bragg case, and the documents case. They have seen firsthand how dirty these prosecutions are, especially the DOJ and FBI in the documents case, because that was a federal indictment. They know inside and out. They had a front row view of what that DOJ and FBI did to the president and to others. And trust me, they want people to pay for that and to be held accountable. So that is where I place, I think, most of my trust in what's happening, at least at the DOJ.
Hear you, Joey. Thank you, Joey, so much for coming on. Where do we find your work? Where do we find Joey Kelly?
Thanks so much for having me on. So I'm at Declassified with Julie Kelly on Substack. And then, as you know, very active on social media, X, Julie _ Kelly, too.
Yes, very active, extremely active. Around the clock, flood the zone, Joey Kelly. Joey, thank you very much. Thanks as always.
Thanks for having me on, Dom.
All right, Julie Kelly here on Talk Radio 1210. That's good stuff. 100 days plus to give you some reassurance. A lot of folks want to get in. I'm coming to you. This is a great story in the Bucks County Courier-Times. You can dwell on, people trying to say, what about this, what about that? Look, Central Bucks is paying a teacher, says PhillyBurbs.com, $191,000 a year. But the averages of these school districts in Bucks County are incredible. Pembridge has somebody 147, but the average is New Hope Solebury, average salary, high school is 121, Council Rock is 112, Centennial's 111. Central Bucks is only 105. What the heck happened there? Who is this person that's making 191 a year?
I'm in the wrong profession.
Yeah. And look, as I said, I once got paid, and I turned to the person who was my agent and said, sure, that check is cleared. I'm speaking to a school board group. This is a lot of years ago. And I said, may we live to see the day of the $100,000 a year teacher. And I meant that merit pay. And I hear grumbling and all this type of stuff. And I was ready to say, all right, I got paid. Come on. What do you want to say? I believe in that. You have a teacher out there making $100,000, $200,000 a year if you have merit pay. I'd absolutely be on board. And don't tell me this stuff. Oh, how are we going to judge that? We judge everything else. I put out the thing day after day of how you could judge a teacher. All right, get in on the side, too. Hope Julie Kelly brightened things there about what's going on that's moving everything forward. 855-839-1210.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Great stuff from Julie Kelly. We'll keep you informed with her as we go forward. Side question today, National Nurses Day. Real or fictional, somebody who's a medical professional. I thought we gave you some pretty good ones. Yeah, I see some. We're going to take off the board Dr. Jeff Andrew. He's a dentist. He'll be here at 2:30 today. Yeah, I'll ask him his favorite doctor or dentist. There's not as many dentists, like Dr. Benson. All dentists, people don't, unless they're infamous. The dentist in Marathon Man. Is it safe? Is it safe?
Yeah, I feel like there's not a lot of dentists portrayed in pop culture. It's always the doctor. Everyone wants to see the emergency room, never the dentist chair.
That's right. There's never an attractive dentist. Come on in here, that kind of thing. So dentists don't get the upper hand. All right, we're going to talk with friend of the show, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia briefly, then take your calls coming up because school districts in New Jersey, she'll explain, are shifting even more money to places like Asbury Park, which is incredibly deficient. You'd be surprised. Bruce Springsteen, I don't even know how the man can speak a sentence. I think they're spending $33,000 a year, yes, on each student. They want to spend more. So what do these other school districts do that are not getting the state money? They're raising taxes. Little Egg Harbor School District, what did I say? 32% it was? Something like that recently. Almost a third you're raising school taxes by just in 1 year. But I also want to talk with her about what's happening. The governor's race on the Democrat side could be decided by like 1/10 of a point in the primary. And her thoughts on this Mikey Sherrill, who's being billed as a moderate. She's a moderate in Jersey. Jack Cettarelli's a Trump guy. She's a moderate. She didn't show up to vote on Lake and Riley. It's not just that she would have voted against it. She tried to play it both ways and did not show up for the big vote. By the way, a little bit of help tonight for the big event. I've been going over in my mind, what is the top moment of the first 100 days as we talk about this tonight? I have one in mind, but if you have one, you can sway me. That would be helpful. We'll be talking about that a little bit. It's going to be great. Last time this radio station did it, it was more of a debate, as I told you, down at Infinity Live. And it was nuts. Arguments over, making the lecterns level and lighting and stuff like this. There's none of that tonight. It's not a debate.
You can't look bad behind a lectern. I'll say that.
Oh, well, if you had seen a couple of the hosts leaning, slumped over after the wines was. But it was a nice touch. They did put glasses of wine on the lectern in front of you, and they come and refill during the debate.
Oh, that's
we had a
nice.
refiller.
Yeah,
I don't know where we were by the end of the
dangerous.
debate. I was next to Rich. Anything could have been said. All right, so it will be a lot of fun tonight. If you haven't gotten your tickets, I think you can still do it. And the Colonial Theater is just great. So 855-839-1210. Dawn Fantasia next, and a lot of your calls. We'll get you on board, get your name into the hat on Talk Radio 1210.
1210 homeowners, are you sitting on the sidelines waiting for the right time to sell your home? Here's the truth. The time is now. The American economy is back. Private sector growing. Good paying jobs more available. Inflation's down. Eggs and gas cheaper than they've been in years, and the fear is fading. In the market, it's on fire. Right now, I'm helping sellers get tens of thousands over asking. No inventory, and there's buyers who are starving for homes. So stop hiding in your house and start planning the move to your low-maintenance lifestyle. But selling in this market does take more than luck. It takes strategy. And if you're serious about crushing it when you sell, learn about all my strategies in my books, Home Selling Sharks and Model Home Mindset. I'll send you a free copies today. But if you want to learn from the master, that's me. Come to my next home seller seminar on June 11th in Fort Washington. Go to 215-576-8666.com or call me at 215-576-8666.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. And I saw this story yesterday. The New Jersey Project, they monitor some of the shenanigans going on in schools. And we thought, Dan and I, Dawn Fantasia, Assembly Person Fantasia, that's who we have to get on, because it appears that, these Abbotsford / and other school districts are having a lot of money sluiced to them. The Asbury Park one, it gets me because, Springsteen. So what are these other school districts like Lower Egg Harbor, Little Egg Harbor, not Big Egg Harbor. No. God knows what they're doing. Just Little Egg Harbor. They had to raise taxes by 32%. Can the school board actually do that? They said, what else are they going to do? Let's go to Dawn here on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210, Assemblywoman in District 24, Sussex County. Hey, Dawn, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom.
So, Dawn, we saw this article, and we thought of you immediately, this mechanism. I remember a while ago seeing the results. It's not just Camden and places, Newark. It's even places like Asbury Park. They were really bad, and yet they were spending approximately $33,000 per student. So what's the Murphy administration doing? We're seeing a lot of these suburban districts now raising taxes.
Well, you ask what they're doing. The correct way to do that would say, what are they not doing? Mm-hmm. And what have they not been doing? Because, as was reported yesterday, nearly half of the state's school districts, right? So 590 school districts in the state, 281 were identified by the Murphy administration that were allegedly not taxing their residents enough to pay for schools and weren't spending enough money to adequately educate their students. So these schools were notified that they can be eligible to exceed the state-mandated 2% cap on the local levy. Now, last year they did a little shell game that I voted against quite vehemently that allowed school districts to raise their taxes up to 9.9%. And this, outrageous to begin with. Now, when you're talking about Little Egg Harbor, I pulled a list of schools in my district and then even in your listening area, and I'll get to that in a minute. But Don, at the end of the day, the real problem is the S2 school funding formula. There is nothing more damaging to the state of New Jersey and the taxpayers and the students and teachers than the stupid S2 Democrat formula, okay? So basically, we're taking tens of millions of dollars being stripped away from districts that were already doing more with less because they're using this outdated Corzine-era formula, and they're based on old numbers that don't reflect what things cost today, transportation, special education, none of that. None of that is factored in accurately. It's being told to run your school in 2025 using a budget written in 2010. It doesn't work.
Right,
Doesn't
exactly.
work.
So give us some of the school districts, Dawn, you polled. Give us some examples of what you're talking about.
Okay, so, I can tell you flat out, if we're looking in totality, 172 districts were cut this upcoming budget, a total of $150 million, and 66% of the aid rebate made in fiscal year 2024 was eliminated, okay? 13 districts held flat. Schools just, they aren't funded. So I'll give you an example. In the counties that are in your direct listening area would be Atlantic County, 18 schools, Burlington, 29, Camden, 27, Cape May County, 7, Cumberland County, 11, Gloucester, 20, Mercer, 6, Ocean, 18, and Salem, 8. Now, think about that. That's not school campuses. Those numbers are districts because we know there can be multiple dozens of schools within one school district depending on the size of the city, right? So, it's absolutely mind-boggling to me. And I know in my district, District 24, I have Roxbury and Morris County, Byram, Hopatcong, Ogdensburg, Stanhope, Sussex, Wantage, Vernon, That's the Sussex. And in Warren, it's Great Meadows Regional. So, he's insistent, and the Democrats are insistent on not reaching across the aisle, not looking at the GOP school funding formula. That they have to let go of their sacred cow. Eventually they have to, because when half of the schools in the state are allegedly overfunded, meanwhile, like you just pointed out, some school districts are receiving $33,000, $34,000 per student for epically failing results. And we say state aid, right? Oh, it's state aid. No, state aid means your income tax, right? Your property tax. So when we look at a school like Newark, whose budget is now $1.6 billion,
wow,
and 91% of that $1.6 billion comes from, quote, state aid. That means your tax, my tax, and all the working taxpayers in the state of New Jersey, with Newark assuming 9% of the cost, and their cost per pupil is outrageous. I mean, the sweet spot that you're really looking for is anywhere between $13,000, $14,000 per pupil up to $18,000 per pupil is really the spot that we're looking for. And we have amounts that nearly double this. It is fractured, it is broken, and it is the reason why New Jersey is unaffordable.
Yeah, and affordability, well, I don't know. You would know better. And I wanted to bring this to the governor's race. All these things, the electric bills going up, et cetera. And yet, if it's Gottheimer, every ad that I see, how many of these guys, Philip is running up steps to punch Trump. Gottheimer's on a street corner. Then he has boxing gloves on to punch Trump. But they all say the same thing. Affordability is the issue. At least Democrats got that memo. They're tired of it. But they're the ones that are provoking all this. How can they run on it? What's their angle of trying to deflect?
I don't know what the angle is, because it makes zero sense. Donald Trump was sworn into office in 2025, in January of 2025. S2 is a broken Corzine era formula. You had Philip handing out pilot programs like candy and delaying property revals. Josh Gottheimer is the only one in the field from the Democrat side that even seems to understand a message of saving money, although I honestly doubt its authenticity, quite frankly. I mean, it's completely unbelievable to me. In sharp contrast, you have a candidate like Jack Ciattarelli, who has a very, very comprehensive funding formula, tax reduction plan. He talks about it openly. It's on his campaign website, and he actually is in communication with the current elected legislature, who have an incredibly detailed, solid plan that we believe would work for immediate relief and not hurt schools. We can't forget that. New Jersey boasts, new rankings came out, we're first in the country. Hogwash. We cherry pick our schools, and there are certain schools that are first in the country. We have a huge performance gap, achievement gap between different demographics in this state. Stop carrying the flag and saying we're nailing it when 40% of our kids can read on grade level. It's asinine.
Now, see, I know you're happy in Sussex County with the tamper-proof bear problem. You've solved that. So you want to stay in the assembly, but every time we talk and we swerve into this, it reminds me of your education background. I mean, Jack Ciattarelli, God willing, deserves a top-flight education commissioner, whatever you call it in New Jersey.
Well, that's putting the cart way before many horses. But, it'd be great to work with a Republican governor in whatever capacity it may be to actually bring some sound policy, get educators in the room, get people who have some sound financial background and understand education law, get all of us in the room together.
And by Dawn, I mean that. You're one of the few Republicans. Look, I'm in agreement and wanting to cut, but you also know the core of where money should go, that we want a world-class education. You bring both out at the same time.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We can't forget the students. I mean,
right.
In the New Jersey Constitution, we have to deliver, a fair and equitable education to all of our students, regardless of zip code, which is why I'm such a proponent of school choice. For families so they can make the best choice of how their kids could thrive. I've been super active in the legislature trying to get, everybody to understand that there are other pathways to, quote, career ready and success. We need to reward children who opt for vocational education and go into the trades or certificate program. I mean, it takes all kinds of talents to run this society the way it needs to be run. It's about time New Jersey catches up with that.
Now, do you concur in this very, very tight race? I mean, I hear people say on the Democrat side, any one of 6 can win. Even though you're on top, I'm a little bit afar. I don't see that. But I wanted to talk Mikey Sherrill because the other day I was on our Meet the Press here, Inside Story. It's a big show of the week. I'm honored to be on there. But I had to take exception when several of them were saying, well, she's the moderate in this race. What?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, I don't know where that came from. I mean, I would say probably the most, by far, progressive candidates. And, we've talked about this before. You have Ross Baraka. You have Mikey Sherrill, who, again, masquerades as just your typical suburban mom. She has a veteran background and whatnot. And, the package is great. And then when you lift up that wrapper, you look underneath and, there's Ross Baraka. You have Steve Fulop, who's unbelievably progressive in this scenario. I mean, our moderates are Josh Gottheimer and Steve Sweeney, and God knows what on earth Sean Spiller is doing. I don't even know if he knows what he's doing, let alone the rest of us. So we're just going to put that aside. I mean, that is shameful with what's happening, how to fund his campaign, refunneling $35 million of teacher dues. What a slap in the face to your working class teachers who quite frankly, they bust their tails, and that's what they're contributing to.
Thank you, Dawn. Yeah, thank you, Dawn. I meant that, though. I hope when this shakes out, that would be you have both angles covered to it. You're a fighter, but you're a listener at the same time, and that's rare. So I'd love to see something like that happen. But until then, also, you'd be out there on the school grounds with the tamper-proof bears.
Absolutely. I would ensure that every school is bear-proof. That would be the first order of business.
All right, children, you can't shoot the bears, but we got the trash cans here. Where do we find Dawn Fantasia?
You can follow me on X at DawnFantasia_NJ, and on Facebook, just search up Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia.
Thank you, Dawn, very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia. I hope to get her down to Mulligan's. Mulligan's going to need a bigger room here. We already have commitments from a lot of interesting people, but
gotta dig a swimming pool out in the park.
Well, that's true with Paula Scanlon. I mean, I think Jim Kelly's up for racing her. The ocean's not that far. Well, no, wait a minute. I got to take that in the crest. They both would be tired out. The avenue that Mulligan's is on, when you get down to where the sand starts, it's still like a mile to get to the ocean. I mean, literally, well, at least a half mile, if you can imagine. Yeah. So it would be an endurance contest. All right, I'm coming to your calls next. 855-839. Can you imagine that in New Jersey, what she just laid out? And they're going to vote for Democrats to continue this? How many issues do you need? This Mikey Sherrill, I think, is going to be the nominee on the Democrat side. And she's going to play the veteran card. Here's a woman who did not even, the cowardice. She didn't even show up to vote on Laken Riley. If she had voted against Laken Riley, that's bad enough. But she ditched the vote. She just was not going to vote on it because she knows deep down how bad it is to vote against the Laken Riley bill. So she just said, well, I won't vote then. That's somebody that we're not going to be able to beat for governor. 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on Tuesday, May 13th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. Just in time for Mother's Day, take 25% off all outdoor and patio furniture. That's 25% off stylish patio sets, comfy outdoor seating, and everything you need to enjoy the season. Create the perfect backyard oasis with their beautiful, high-quality selection. And here's a bonus for Mom. Get a free moving blanket with any self-pickup order. Don't miss these special Mother's Day savings. Use code MothersDay25 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit their showroom in Hatfield today.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The stretch of cancellations and delays at Newark Airport is related to a system outage and staffing issues at a Philly Air Traffic Control Center. 60 of Philadelphia's best school teachers are being honored tonight with the district's highest award. And from football pads to designer suits, Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley showed off their style at the Met Gala.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville, today at 3 with 1210 WPHT.
All right, that's our breaking news sounder behind the scenes here at this big 24th and Chestnut conglomerate, Odyssey World headquarters. We have a duel challenge tonight. The Richie always said he'd like to meet me with pistols at the Colonial Theater tonight on an issue.
Not quite that far, but
not quite that. Can we wear powder wigs? We both did that once. He played Madison. I played the founder of the Insane Asylum here in Philadelphia.
Gosh.
Yes, and we walked in downtown Philadelphia. Yeah.
Yeah, forget powdered wigs.
All
I
right.
don't even know how you put it. Slick back hair, maybe dye your hair black and slick it back, something
No, we
like
had
that.
actual fake wigs on.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
But for this one, yeah, some slick back black hair.
Yeah.
I got a text from Rich during one of the last few segments, and you were talking about how, Politics and Pints used to be a debate. We get up there.
Right.
They're refilling you every chance they get.
Yep.
So I got a text from Rich saying, tell Dom I want him to debate him on sauce versus gravy.
And he's taking sauce?
I don't know, because I always feel like, if I'm misremembering, but I always thought he was a gravy guy. Just like you.
Absolutely. I just am shocked. He's taking the, I don't know how this guy's going to last with that. And Dan, if listening, traveling air, can jump into the ring at any point, as I know where he's going to go.
Yeah, obviously.
This might be a wrestling stunt tonight. Now, that's not on the agenda that I had, but I don't think Greg Stocker can intervene once we start.
Oh, no. Once it gets going, it's over.
So we're talking Doge, the border, Rich has something, et cetera. And if the middle of this once is past the gravy, I'm going to say, no, that's sauce. All right, so if you're coming tonight, you got to be there for that. I'd like to have
see the fireworks.
Little placards held up, gravy, sauce. If you don't get it with the gravy, I don't know. Zioli must be thinking a lot of non-Italians are coming tonight. That must be it.
What's the demographics of Phoenixville? What's that breakdown?
Well, it's our listeners.
Yeah.
I think 25% will be Italian or want to be Italian tonight. That's what I'll have.
Want to be Italian.
We'll be judging by the jewelry and other things that they come in. So, and Dan's a Borowski, so he's, you have a say in this. And where you were, you think it was sauce too, right?
Yeah, I have to side with sauce. Never really called it gravy.
Okay. It's a touch of just what would we call it? Greatness that South Philly goes. Never heard it called sauce. Never. Try my gravy. Every one of them almost. Most of South Philly. Okay, Henry. And Ro texted you. She has your number?
Texted Dan.
Oh,
who
texted Dan.
me.
Who texted you? Dan's a conduit again. Yes.
Obviously, we're talking about those all-time medical professionals today, and we're hitting on dentists a little bit, how dentists don't get enough shine. She texted Dan that you both had a dentist that played the accordion for you while you waited in the chair?
Yeah, you know how you get the shot with the Novocaine, they're waiting for it to go in. Yo, he would play the accordion and he's dancing up and down doing it.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, Dr. Shapiro back in the day. The only accordion player. He actually performed.
I'm not sure I want that. I feel like putting Novocaine and it's like, all right, well, as we wait now, here's some nice polka for you.
Yeah, Lawrence Welk had a lot of success when he was operating. I have to ask Jeff Andrew, who's on the show at 2:30 today, what he does to keep people out of pain.
Yeah,
since
seriously.
He's a practicing dentist.
I thought most would just put on a movie, and it's like, all
exactly.
right, what do you got? Finding Nemo, Harry Potter? And it's like, no, buddy.
No, the accordion. He did.
Accordion.
And he flew, too, and often invite us up on flights to Wildwood.
Really?
I don't like those short flights.
Oh, what kind of a dentist was this? This is a man, jack of all trades here.
Well, Dr. Bentz has the do-rag on. He's had special stuff like that.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. We've got to get a picture of
Wow.
Dr. Bentz here. I'm supposed to get a Bentz shirt. I'll put his picture on it here. He definitely does that, and he has the latest. I mean, the second floor, we joke about the 3D printer, but it is amazing watching it make your teeth with his artists in there. So these guys are a little bit unusual.
Oh,
yeah, you
totally.
gotta be. Yeah, I mean, you're just not.
See, this is the shine that dentists need. You can make a show out of these guys.
Right, Dr. Bentz and Dr. Shapiro, yes. I don't know if Bentz plays any instrument or not. What? All right, so he actually did that, though. 855-839-1210. All right, that's behind the scenes. Sauce and gravy. Richie, he's got to be kidding me. Is there any doubt of what's going to happen with this? It's just a given. People outside my window. I always wonder what's stopping them. We have the windows here. It's a pet store or something.
It does feel like that at times. Do you feel like a bit of like a zoo animal, like
exactly.
they're going to tap on the glass?
Exactly. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. Help me out, too. I think he always hasn't been getting ready for his own show. I have my top argument. I'm not going to say it now. You'll have to hear it tonight. Save it for the show.
Good tease.
How are we going to get? I'm just looking at this picture of gravy, for example. There's just brown stuff. I don't put gravy on anything. The type of gravy we're talking about, the sauce. I just can't stand it. I mean, it's just
like a
sickening.
Thanksgiving gravy?
No, wouldn't even put it on there.
Oh, man.
Just my stomach turns at it.
Oh, I love gravy.
I mean, I just have pictures of everything flowing that's red here, and I know nothing brown. It's just unappealing. I know what will come up. He'll say that I like the Olive Garden. So already I have my arguments ready.
Don't give away the secrets.
Yeah, right. No,
Don't give him any ammo.
No, I know that. That argument's been used before. That's not going to knock my credibility here. All right. So he didn't grow up in South Philly. There's that.
He didn't, no.
No, he's in Jersey, but Sussex County's kind of rural. Maybe they don't know about gravy there. Should have asked Dawn Fantasia. I bet Dawn Fantasia would say, no, it's gravy, Dom. You're right. It's not sauce. Pass a resolution. Who can I get in South Philly? Pass a resolution. It's officially gravy, not sauce. Okay. All right. So we've been talking about, and I'm still getting a lot of people. They can't believe these figures that I have from Bucks County. Central Bucks has a teacher at $191 a year. Got to find out more about that teacher. If we bring the guy on, maybe I don't want to name. That might be pretty tough. But there's a teacher in Abington at 157, Lower Merion 151, Cheltenham even 138. One teacher in Philadelphia has a salary of $140,000. Now he's saying teachers here. He's not saying administrators. Lancaster even has a teacher at 142 in the state. Lancaster. I mean, it just doesn't strike me as they would be able to afford that. Let's see. There are approximately 3,351 teachers who meet the requirements in Bucks County schools. They have 2,780 of them making more than the state average of 84,000. So Bucks County, Central Bucks, is the center of controversy. Just think of the stuff they've been involved in. Just think of that Karen Smith over there, some of those elections. Dana White, if she's listening, Dana White, maybe she knows 191,000. Or Joan Cohen. We haven't heard from Joan in a while. Bill in Bucks, though. He's next. Hello, Bill. Welcome in.
Hello there, Dom. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
And, hope all is well with you. I would love to make that show tonight, but I got other commitments, unfortunately.
Well, you're going to see a great debate. Maybe a duel will break out there with breadsticks or something over the gravy sauce, an added attraction.
Right. Well, when I go into ShopRite or one of those department, food stores, I see the cans say sauce on them. That's all I can say. They don't say
but
gravy.
it's not the Italian. Chef Boyardee doesn't say sauce.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't do anything with.
Go. What do you have today, Bill?
Cento. Anyway, I just wanted to mention, one of the things you didn't say is a lot of the school teachers, according to their union contract, can give themselves a raise. You probably know that, right? And how they do that is they simply go get a master's degree, and they're at a different level.
Sure.
And that's how these salaries go up.
Well, but
And,
look, I know that, and with merit pay, I'd be on board. But 191,000, that seems a bit excessive.
So imagine what the payout would be if they left and didn't use all of their comp time and unused vacation and sick days.
That's what I was going to get to. I don't know in Central Bucks or what you get by when you leave the pension. The pension is because some of these people can retire at 55. I bet the pension is well over $100,000 a year.
Well, I believe it's 100% if you go 40 years and 80% if it's 30 years.
Okay, so
do
the math.
I knew one guy that stayed a long time. He got 100% of his base salary.
So that could be $190,000 you're getting from 65, 62 to 80 or something like. Wow, that's a burden on the taxpayers. Yeah.
Central Bucks has had a lot of controversy in the last couple of years. You know that, I know.
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
And even today, they've got 4 school administrators that are on paid leave.
Yep.
Right now.
Bill, what's your answer today? What do you have?
The answer?
Yes.
Oh, the doctor.
Yes.
Doctor My Eyes.
All right. The song?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. It's all in the call. You gotta finish the thought here. Let me take John in Royersford because I was going to take off the board. It's one of my favorite. Hey, John. Good afternoon. Who's your nurse or medical professor?
Oh, it's absolutely Nurse Ratchet because when I first saw the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, she's the only one that overpowered Jack Nicholson in every scene they were in together.
I would agree with you, and even the fight when he's trying to kill her, she held her own, don't you think?
Yes, and also, if you ask people the name of her character, they know it. You ask Nicholson's, nobody knows it's McMurphy.
Yeah. Yeah, and Nicholson was great in
it.
But Fletcher was one of the – I think they all did, and they deserved it. I don't think the Chief did, but the others did. Thank you, John. Love to have the Chief on your team, too, particularly when he lifts up the water fountain. All right, Nurse Ratchet. That is a great one. All right, that's what we're looking – oh, I see several good ones here. A medical professional is what we're looking for. All right, Rick Santorum, not sure if he's in Italy or here. I know he's covering – the election of the Pope. I called it the election because I think it's political. But also, Rick Santorum is back into the ring against Hillary Clinton. So this week, Mrs. Clinton jumped back into the ring on an issue about it takes a village. And Rick Santorum wrote the book, It Takes a Family. So we'll get him on that. And also, I know he's covering who the next Pope will be. Here's how you get in, though. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. It's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did and count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of that tap is crystal clear, all natural water. Not only the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. And the Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water, and they'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail are just fantastic. They come out to your home. They test your water. They recommend solutions that make sense for you. Contact Martin Water Conditioning today. They'll take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555. You tell them Dom G sent you.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to InvestorSchooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to InvestorSchooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, InvestorSchooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS. Whether sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
A slow-moving storm system will keep the forecast unsettled today. We'll see clouds with some sunshine, scattered shower storm possible, high around 76. For tonight, a shower storm possible, otherwise mostly cloudy with a low near 60. And for Wednesday, partly sunny and less humid with a high 76.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Should I ask Rick Santorum, who is Italian on his father's side, about the saucer gravy thing? We got Wadey Meredith here, though. He's taking on Hillary Clinton again, part 2. He's a Newsmax contributor, Senator Rick Santorum, once and forever, with us again on Talk Radio 1210 here with Dom. Hey, Rick, in the Pittsburgh area, did they call it sauce or gravy?
It's sauce.
Oh, no.
And my mom's half Italian, too, so let's get it all together here.
Oh, my goodness. No wonder
half Italian, half Irish.
Okay.
Fiery.
No wonder why you had trouble with the South Philly vote, Rick. I'm just saying. You should have gone with gravy there. So,
I don't know. Just what it was.
All right. So you pop up. Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
But but I'm in Rome right now, and it's sugo.
I know we had an Italian. We're going to Calabria and Sicily. Giuseppe told me it is sauce there. So, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So anyway.
So,
how you doing?
Good. Before we get to Rome, across the Atlantic, once again, I would pay. This would be a pay-per-view. You and Hillary Clinton debating. It takes a village. It takes a family. We saw it on Mediaite and have been tracking you, even though you're in Italy. Tell us what's going on with Hillary Clinton, do you think?
Well, I mean, it really is just follows on from, what she and the left, I mean, she sort of, I guess, sounded the alarm and takes a village and, about the government taking more and more control of raising children and dictating to parents how children are supposed to think through the educational system and through the government and through everything else. And, I wrote a book in response to you, as you remember, called Takes a Family.
Yes.
And so she was at it again, basically saying that New York has to be more prescriptive of what children should be allowed to say, and that the government has to take more control of this information. And that's I agree that the internet is a terrible place, and there's a lot of stuff that you don't want your kids to see. But it isn't the role of the government to decide what that should be. It should be the role of parents, and what we should be doing is encouraging these technology companies and media companies to empower parents in education and tools to help them be able to do what parents are supposed to do. And it's hard. I'm not saying it's easy, but they're the ones who have to be deciding what kids should be consuming.
Yeah, for listeners, yes, I understand. This is New York now wanting to do what New Jersey did, which is this phony media literacy, and they tell you which sites are credible and reliable. They're all liberal, and they're doing this across schools using technology to shut down other opinions. So, Rick, you're in Rome. What are there?
St. Peter's Square as we talk.
Are there betting odds up? Are there favorites? Is this like, I mean, come on, you've been in some of the most difficult elections. Is this like an election? Is that how it's treated?
Well, it's interesting. I 5 minutes before I got on this call, I ran into a couple of American Cardinals I won't mention because they talked with me, and so I'm going to keep them confidential.
Okay.
But they were. I asked him. I said, "How are you feeling?" He said, and one of them said, "I feel great." He said, "I really am surprised at how I'm not feeling any pressure. I just feel like," and that's really it's beautiful. It's the right answer, which is, they're supposed to pray, and everyone's supposed to pray for them to have the grace of being open to what the Holy Spirit is leading them to do, and this would be a one ballot deal if everyone can do that. If everyone can just be open to what God's will is. I mean, but that's not usually what happens. Why? Because we're human and we don't do what the Lord wants us to do all the time. We do what we like to do. And so that's really the question here is, how much. And it's really interesting. What I'm hearing is that, you hear lots of things, but what we're starting to hear is that most of these guys don't know each other because Pope Francis was the first pope in a long, long, long time who didn't call cardinals together for meetings. And so for 10 years, none of these guys have really interacted with each other. They don't know each other. And now they're going to be put in a room, and they're going to have to pick the leader of the church, someone they probably don't know. And so they've spent, of what I've heard and I've seen, is they've spent a lot of time, at least a lot of them have, in trying to meet each other and talk to each other, not about who they like, but just trying to, understand who these people are and what they're thinking and what they're talking about is what the direction of the church. And then you have another thing I've heard is that there's a whole group of new cardinals. There's almost 20 new cardinals who are, been cardinals for a few weeks that Francis just appointed. And then you have cardinals from from Africa and other places in the subcontinent and the Asian subcontinent where they've never had cardinals. And so what I'm told is a lot of them aren't showing up to meetings. It's like they really don't know what they should be doing because they don't have any experience in that in this. And so it could be a longer conclave as a result than people think. People say, oh, it's usually, the longest has been 4 days in the last 100 years. It won't be any longer than that. I don't know. I'm thinking this might take a little longer.
Yeah, and I guess even though he appointed Pope Francis, I think, Rick, 80 or so, that doesn't mean they're wedded to his ideology because, as you said, one of them's from Mongolia. They might be more conservative Catholics.
Oh, well, the African cardinals are all very conservative for sure. But remember, everybody who was at the conclave, the last conclave that picked Francis, was appointed by Benedict and John Paul II. So, the idea that just because someone appoints you is going to result in someone like them, that obviously was not the case. And so, no, I think you're going to see something very, very different. And what I'm hearing is that there's even the folks on the left. I hate to use left-right because theologically there's no left-right. There's emphasis as to what the church should be highlighting. It's not really they're going to change doctrine. It's just sort of what they're leading with. I'm hearing probably even the left is talking about we need just someone. I hear this over and over again. We need someone who's going to stabilize things. Francis, when he came in, said, "I'm going to create a mess," and he did. And it's a very confused Catholic world right now. And I think everyone would just like a period of having someone who's solid, who's not going out there and just speaking off the cuff, but sort of returning the church to being the light it's supposed to be.
I agree with you. Chaotic, and yet the church, Rick, is still on paper 1.4 billion Catholics.
But the reason it's 1.4 billion Catholics is not because it's growing in the West. It's not growing in the West. And in fact, in Europe, it's cratering, but it's growing in Africa. It's growing. I mean, the Philippines is huge. I mean, you look at the subcontinent and India. I mean, there's places it's growing. In China, it's growing. It's growing in house churches. And I mean, the places, and this is always the case, the place where they're suffering, the place where you're not distracted by materialism and how great life is, and that God is, if life is good and you've got money and you've got things, then you start to believe that you're responsible for all this, not God, right? And it's in the areas of the world where they realize that that there are things bigger than just how much money you can make and how many things you can have, but in fact the eternal things are the things you live for, because the world as it is isn't very great, and so you think more eternally than you do temporally.
They have the perfect guy, Newsmax. Chris Ruddy knows what he's doing. I just remember when they had Santorum on CNN. Oh, man, I long for those days. But Newsmax is where you're contributing now, and you'll be there throughout all this.
I will. I'll be here till the white smoke comes out of the chimney that I'm looking at right now.
All right. Well, we'll give you another call, Rick. Thank you. Thanks so much for coming on today.
Thanks, Tom. God bless. Bye-bye.
All right. Rick Santorum duking it out with Hillary Clinton again. And by the way, need I say it, I was hoping for Trump-Hillary too. I always am. Will Hillary run again? I think there's a real shot. She looks at the vortex. I can't beat AOC. I could see her sitting in the living room. Apparently, she's having a big makeover. And he's right. She's involved in saying we need more government. It takes a village. Remember that book? Remember the outcry over it? And then Santorum, it takes a family. All right, 855-839-1210.
She's going to be 81 in the next election.
Well, that doesn't matter. And
sure it does.
Trump is 79 coming up on his birthday, so
right. But
he would go. Yeah,
81 going into what would be your first term is crazy.
Look, Hillary's a lot sharper than Joe Biden was when he was 10.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell.
Or 20 or 30. Yeah, it's him. So come on, don't spoil the fun here. I know listeners would want this. Hey, by the way, I am looking at all kinds of arguments here. Some of them are in Italian, which I don't speak, but I may have to use that tonight. How much time will Greg Stocker set aside for the real course tonight? Gravy or sauce?
I got another response from Rich.
Oh, God, here we go.
He couldn't believe you brought up Chef Boyardee. He thinks this thing's already won then.
Oh, God.
He's already got you on the rope.
No, it's a rope-a-dope. Let him come into the ring there, and then we'll go from there. Come on, the South Philly Credit versus Sussex County. Come on. We're going to do this. Although Santorum did say sauce, so did Giuseppe in Italy. Apparently, though, I see an article from the Italian-American Daughters of America that says clearly it's gravy. That's a pretty good source.
If they say it.
I mean, who would be the source on all things Italian? Let's see. I have to think about that. All right, I'm coming to your calls. We'll get a few more in. Hit us with that all-time medical professional given today, National Nurses Day. Don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements. Going on right now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free. Buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. So whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com, res-q.com.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold. An asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers. Just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Jeff Van Drew here at 2:30. I'm not sure if it's his committee. I'll ask him about it, though. The Presidente of Haverford now, a place that they seemingly admit she apologizes to members of the Jewish community as she faces a congressional hearing tomorrow on anti-Semitism. Apparently, it's anti-Semitism outside the Ivies. Remember before, well, MIT is probably superior to the Ivies, but not an Ivy. The president of MIT survived, but Elise Stefanik took apart the Presidente of Harvard and somewhat the Presidente of Penn. Both were goners, one on plagiarism, the other just being flummoxed. So now tomorrow's hearing is even better. It's outside the Ivies, and it's Haverford that was in the news. DePaul Catholic School, I forget the third one. The third one, too, is like one of these schools that are pretty good, but they're outside the Ivies. So tomorrow, Republicans in the House, we go back to anti-Semitism again. And Dave Portnoy now, the guy who runs Barstool Sports that we're trying to get on, he got into it with one of the guys that allegedly put up that blank the Jews thing at his Barstool. You're able to put a message up as you're ordering beers there, apparently.
Bottle service.
Bottle service. And the key factor here, the identity. Well, first of all, this guy says he's a citizen journalist, so he took pictures of all this that he was sitting at the table and involved in, put up on his Instagram because he's a citizen journalist. And I'm wondering, is the news media, I'm trying to think of the motivation here. And the guy's name is Mohammed Khan, or Mo Khan, to his friends, I guess. Out of all things, why choose this? Even if you're drinking, we get the whole thing. And a reporter got into it from here with Portnoy, bringing up that he's racy and controversial. Maybe that led to this. Oh, my goodness. So he has rescinded his offer to give them a trip to Auschwitz. Not that I think these morons would benefit from a trip to Auschwitz. People are acting like it's a vacation. It's Auschwitz. Come on. And I've been to 2 Holocaust museums. You come out of there shaking. I don't care who you are. Now with them, I don't know what would they know about Auschwitz? They're going to Temple. Sorry about that, Temple, but I just
I feel like if you sent me across the country to go to Auschwitz, I'd be like, can I go anywhere else in the country? Like,
right,
no one's
exactly.
watching at this point.
Right. So it will be interesting. This continues to rage here. All right, Maureen in Wynwood is next. Hey, Maureen, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Hi, everybody. Maureen from Wynwood. Yeah, so I have a comment on the, since it's National Nurses Day, and I'm a registered nurse.
Ah, you are? Okay.
Yes, I am, for many years. So I'm going to nominate a fictional character named, Cherry Ames.
Okay.
She wrote a series of books starting in 1943 through 1968, influenced a couple generation of women to choose nursing as a profession.
So
a big influence, including myself.
Ah, yeah, I was going to ask that. Yeah. So why nursing versus becoming a doctor? What was the telling factor there?
Well, I couldn't afford to even consider.
Right.
Consider that. It was out of the question. It was 1966.
Okay.
I was happy that I could get some further education, really.
Mm-hmm.
Came from a very big family.
So, Maureen, wouldn't you agree now, though, almost universally, you don't hear anybody say anything bad about nurses. Maybe about doctors, but not about nurses. Usually people will say the nurses are the ones that really bond with you in the hospital, mostly glowing toward nurses.
Yes, absolutely, and with very good reason.
Yeah,
really,
I would agree.
Well, I'm bragging a little bit, but I'm dealing right now with a hospice person, a patient, and there's a hospice nurse I've been consulting with, and she's been, phenomenally wonderful. So in all walks, in all areas, nurses have had a huge influence. Cherry Ames, for example, went into the Army Nurse Corps during World War II.
Okay, definitely.
In the series.
That's a great choice. Thank you, Maureen. All right, Henry, Dan's edict. We learned something. Cherry Ames from that. That's a good call by a registered nurse.
27 novels and all.
Wow. And again, routinely, it's kind of like firefighters and cops. Usually people don't say anything bad about firefighters. With cops, we lionize them because of what they're up against, and the other side attacks them, mainly, Democrats, progressives. Defund the police. And with doctors, it's constant, or many times you'll hear horror stories, not with nurses, though. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time medical professional. Coming up, Josh Shapiro, and I didn't get to yet today, gain of function, and Dr. Fauci getting that phony pardon, speaking of doctors, that the president will play a little bit, and RFK Jr., both talking about why they're not doing gain of function anymore. And the media, several of them on MSNBC, saying they're stopping research on infectious diseases. No, that's not the case. You can't be that moronic. You got to be doing this intentionally. We're not stopping research on infectious diseases. We were spending money for research in Iran. What kind of cockamamie research are they doing in Iran? Can you imagine? Oh, it's the only place in the world. We got to go to Iran for what? For craziness. We're not going there for any reason. Oh, Dom, you just got to see what these guys were up to in Iran. You would be amazed. Just a little bit more money, the breakthroughs. Big 2 o'clock hour, Dom's Money Melody, and dentist on this day, Jeff Van Drew. 855-839-1210. You get in on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. So I just saw this before I get to the gain of function stuff. The NFL, it's stunning to me the power the NFL has, and Ted Cruz, of all people, is taking him on a bit here. They don't have to do anything. Can they do something that would be illegal? The NFL is going to announce its 2025 schedule next week. And when they do, it's like a holiday for a lot of people. You know, baseball schedules, it's 162 games. The other sports are in the 80s or 78 or whatever it is. So it's a lot. These people go, you know, how many wins do you have this year? It's amazing. But apparently, Ted Cruz says the NFL is not going to get away with what they're starting to do. The NFL has the right to be, they have the NFL antitrust protection, which I think they ought to be stopped from, but America wants them, so they're allowed to do it, to sell national TV packages worth billions of dollars. In exchange, the NFL is limited from broadcasting games on Friday nights or Saturdays from the second Friday in September through the second Saturday by law in December. The NFL has tipped up to the limits of the rule in recent years by streaming a Black Friday game on Amazon on the day after Thanksgiving. Cruz says it's a growing concern to lawmakers. The game has been scheduled to kick off at 3 p.m., conclude by 6, allowing it to sidestep. He said the rule is designed to protect high school and college football fans, pointed out that Black Friday historically has been the home of prominent local college football rivalries, including Texas versus Texas A&M. He said there are millions of sports fans who like being able to follow high school, college, professional without having to choose during the hearing. The NFL did not respond to a request for comment. The league will release its schedule on May 14th and plans to stream a Black Friday game on Amazon for the third straight season. I'd have to say that Ted Cruz here should be commended, but he must be crazy. You can't take on the NFL, although yesterday, President Trump stood there with Roger Goodell and the mayor of Washington and took questions on some of the most contentious international and national issues after Goodell got the bump of the president announcing the NFL draft there, RFK Stadium, and the mayor uncomfortably had to stand there as Trump has gone off on Alcatraz. By the way, there's a theory out there, and you know, tonight in the event at some point, I'll get into this a little bit, the strategy or the magic of Trump. Where did Alcatraz come from? All of a sudden, it's not a good move financially, but I'll talk about the significance of it, what it does do. Apparently, though, some eagle eyes say that playing in the markets where Trump was, he was down in Florida at his lavish estate, Escape from Alcatraz was broadcast. It was a documentary or something on PBS. And they surmise that over the weekend, Trump was watching it and Alcatraz popped into his mind. So, look, there are several factors against reopening Alcatraz. Apparently, according to one estimate, they bring in $60 million a year of tourism. I mean, I've seen Alcatraz last time we were in San Francisco. I didn't go out there, but I mean, I could see it from the bay. Who knew it was bringing in $60 million? Yeah, that's a lot of people going there to visit. It's pretty tiny.
What are the tickets running?
Yeah, they must, yeah. So Trump doesn't care about that. And here's the genius. I don't think this will happen. But other than the border, and it's related, the issue that America sees in Trump, here's somebody that's going to take on crime, take on the bad hombres, even call them bad hombres. It's a winning issue. Democrats get bent out of shape. Are you kidding me? Why would we care about putting people on Alcatraz? Again, it drives them nuts. It gets them running wild on this stuff. And people are not going to say, well, I feel sorry. You're on a place you can't escape from. It's pretty tiny. You'll be eaten by sharks. They're not going to say that. They're going to say, yeah, who are some of the worst? In other words, the game starts. Who should be put on Alcatraz? Now, Capone was there, Machine Gun Kelly, early on. Not exactly, I think Capone died there. Not exactly sure of who might have been there at the end, but it was, people they didn't want to escape. There is a Supermax prison. I think it's in Arizona, but it's away from everything, and there's never been an escape. Apparently, even an attempted escape, it makes the El Salvador prison look leaky to escape from, apparently. Jeez. That's where Gotti was sent, people like that. You're not escaping. You can plan all that you want. You're not getting out of here. But what this illustrates is, probably, I buy it. He saw something on that. He got on the phone 2 o'clock in the morning. Pam Bondi, yes, open Alcatraz. Bang. Pam Bondi, okay, Alcatraz, open again. Get going. Can you imagine, they used to have at major newspapers when there were so many Kennedys, and they called it the Kennedy desk. Something happened, and if they wanted to report on it like the Times or somebody like that, they'd have somebody manning the Kennedy desk because there's so many of them and the wild stuff. You want to have somebody 24/7 to be on the story. Can you imagine trying to man the Trump desk? How worn out you would be inside of 2 days. I mean, it's just a constant thing. So Escape from Alcatraz was playing in that market where he was. Is that what triggered it? And something as simple as this, even if nothing comes of it, you see what it propels. It gets the other side to jump into the ring. Crime is a losing issue for them. It always has been. Very few of them are serious about crime, and it always will be. They're going farther to the left. Trump knows this. These 80-20 issues, these 90-10, Garcia, boys and girls sports, things like this, they're going to lose on it. Now, it looks like they've given up on Garcia, but any number of them have not given up on that. They're still playing around with it. And the more that they do, then the better it is. I want to take just one moment to commend, because this is a little inside pushback going on, which I'm fine with it because it could save lives. Do you know that in the last week, we've had 2 other near misses or something akin to it at the Washington airport, similar to the helicopter thing? So Sean Duffy, the head of the transportation, he's on with Laura Ingraham last night. I don't have a sound. I can summarize it. And he talks about the fact that he wants to know from the Department of Defense, who were these people flying around in these helicopters that are unnecessary? Apparently, we have generals again, and he says, why can't they take a Tesla, or he names some other car? Why in the world are we still letting these military people have to fly around in helicopters around that airport after what's happened? So I couldn't commend Duffy more, and he didn't look like he was flustered and he brought it up. He just was, he's had it. And Pete Hegseth and everybody else there is going to have to address this. Stop these people from thinking they're just going to fly helicopters just on routine things. There are too many of them. We've already seen the worst. And I'm glad he called it out. Now, look, he's faithful to President Trump up and down the line on stuff. But you have to have different voices. They're saying, yo, who's doing this? We're not going to put up with it anymore. Ridiculous. I don't care if they're military or not. There's not a call around the clock to have these guys off on helicopters. All right, 855-839-1210, you get on board. Here's a little bit of RFK Jr. first, talking about Fauci and how Fauci restarted the gain-of-function arms race and moved it offshore mainly to China. And Fauci, RFK Jr. says, actually got paid more money by the military for doing this. MSNBC and others are saying, headlines last night, these Trump people are so backward, they're stopping infectious disease research. No, we're not. We're stopping what everybody knows now is gain of function, meaning we're taking some virus, making it worse, to then try to discover how to deal with it. You know what happened. That's exactly what happened. And Fauci was lock, stock, and barrel behind that. And there's still a way to get him if they call him. He'd be under oath. If he lied to Congress, even though he'd be immune from the crimes alleged that he committed due to the pardon, new things could come out of it. I think we all want Fauci called. We told you yesterday we're still working on it, that the Attila's gym over in Belmar is suing Belmar for $10 million. They're the ones that were just mercilessly attacked because they went against the incorrect information that was out there during COVID. You remember them. Not that Belmar has $10 million, but when's the day of reckoning? So here's RFK on part of this day of reckoning, RFK Jr. on gain of function.
As you pointed out, gain of function studies the kind of science that is designed to make microbes and pathogens more virulent, more transmissible, and more deadly. It was in this country, they started doing it in 1947, the military and the intelligence agencies, in order to develop bioweapons. In 1969, President Nixon banned it all and shut down Fort Detrick, shut down all the labs. That ban, and then signed the Bioweapons Convention. That ban lasted till 2001. And after the anthrax attacks, Anthony Fauci essentially restarted the arms race and the bioweapons arms race, and did it under the pretension of developing vaccines because of the same science that you develop bioweapons and vaccines. In 2014, 3 of his bugs had escaped, and 300 scientists wrote letters to President Obama asking him to shut down Anthony Fauci. President Obama declared a moratorium, but instead of shutting down his experiments, he moved them offshore, mainly to the Wuhan lab. And now, the principal institutions of our government, the CIA, the FBI, the State Department, Department of Energy, all say that it is most likely that those experiments resulted in the COVID-19 pandemic beginning in 2019. So President Trump today moved to shut down this kind of research in this country and to stop funding it abroad.
All right, so there we go. All right, we're taking that off the board for now, and the other side trying to spin it to say we don't want to research infectious disease. Oh, my God. It just stuns me every day because I know, and you probably know people, maybe people close to you, that died. They killed us. And they did it from Wuhan, and they don't care. They would do it again. They got away with it. I don't even think they bothered with the cover-up. Yeah, we did it. You want some more of that? And we still cannot unite to see them as the enemy, not an adversary. I'm sick of the adversary word. They are the stone-cold enemy of anyone in the world that's freedom-loving at all. And they will do anything. The argument I always make, small thing, Daryl Morey, president of the Sixers now, was in Houston, free Hong Kong. They go wild, completely wild over that. International incident forever. That's what they're about. That's what you have to take on. That's why I want to take on China with the tariffs, et cetera. And that's why I think the sounder policy would have been to clear up these tariffs with India and these other nations that we're doing now first, then a united front going after China. That's a better strategy. I don't see how there's another side to that. All right, hit me with that all-time doctor. We have room here, Henry, or no? Should I take another call? We have room for answers?
Let's take a few more. Let's take
Jerry.
All right.
Okay, Jerry in Wilmington, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jerry, what's your answer today? Who's your medical person?
Well, first I got 2 tie-ins. My Italian grandmother and mother, who came from Italy, settled in South Philly. If I said sauce, they would go, "Stop to eat. What's the matter with you?"
I'll say that tonight, Tizio. Say that again so Richie Owen can hear that.
Stop to eat.
Yeah, there you go. Henry, write that one down. Send a communique over to Rich at the Great American Pub there in Phoenixville as he's getting ready.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're from Italy, and no, it was always gravy, always gravy. And aside, you said something about a dentist was playing an accordion or something. I missed that earlier.
Yeah, my dentist prior to Dr. Bentz would play the accordion after he gave you some Novocaine while it was settling in. Yeah.
Well, my side is Dr. Watsley on Seinfeld. the dentist became Jewish just to do Jewish jokes, and it drove Jerry nuts. And it was Bryan Cranston at one of his early roles was playing the dentist.
Hard to believe.
And that's also,
Go ahead,
yeah,
Jerry.
it's also the episode where Yada 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 was introduced.
Yes.
I don't know if you know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that woman that did the yada, yada, yada thing was great. And so I stole the jewelry, whatever I walked in, I felt so high, I got a facial, then I ran out. Yeah. But the Watley thing with John Voight, by the way.
John Voight's car.
John Voight's car. But you know what? I love John Voight. I've had him on 3 or 4 times. But apparently he convinced President Trump to do the tariff thing on Hollywood. And now the president did with Nick Saban. I don't want any rules on these kids at college. I understand some of the logic here. They're going to put more rules on them that are making money off their likenesses for too long. The Nick Sabans of the world and others. They scored big. They moved from one college to another. They did whatever the hell they wanted. Now these college kids are moving around. So what? They're getting paid.
It's not that they're getting paid. It's just the kind of the chaos of it.
Well, it's too bad.
I think they want to see more of like a soccer approach to it.
Right.
Whereas if you're, say, Kentucky, and you're going to poach a center from Drexel, which is what they did last year. They poached Amari Williams. You should have to pay a transfer fee to Drexel in order to get that player.
Why?
Because Drexel can't replace him. It showed this year.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Well, then it's just going to be a monopoly at the top, and then nothing's ever going to be fun.
All right, well, I'm more looking at it here, the same thing that you guys go back to. Same thing with the NFL draft. I'm looking at the worker. I'm looking at the player.
So, all right, so we can go to a coach then. If a coach up and leaves, he still has to buy out the remaining parts of his contract with whatever school he was at.
Right.
That's essentially the same thing.
That's a contract, though.
That's where college athletics,
there.
but that's where college athletics is moving.
But the school's not paying them.
They are going to start this coming season.
If they did that, then by contract, I would agree. But that's a legal thing.
VCU was the first school to be like, all right, we're going to pay through the school. They're paying like $330 minimum to these students.
If they do that and it's a contract, it's legal then. Yeah.
Yes, and I think that's where it's going to move.
Okay.
No, I mean, obviously, right now you can't enforce it, but like
that's
in
what
the
I'm
near
saying.
years,
Right. All right, let's get to go. We got Van Drew in the on deck circle. First, let's get to
It's Dom's Money Melody.
The money gone.
All right, we are playing for a pair of tickets to see Some Like It Hot Forest Theater on Tuesday, May 20th. Tickets are available at ensembleartsphilly.org. Some Like It Hot is the 4-time Tony Award-winning show set in Chicago during the Prohibition. Combines heart, laughs, song, and dance. Very famous. I'm not sure who the lead is, but I might see that myself at Row. All right.
Keep one of the tickets for yourself.
Yeah. Hey, Dan, get on that ticket thing there. Water. Got a couple tickets aside. Tell Henry. All right. We don't have any today. So, yeah, we have them.
Yeah,
so,
we got them.
Go ahead, Henry.
So anyway, so today, the side question, we're asking for that all-time medical professional. We've done a question similar to this in the past, and I thought about running it back with a certain molecular biologist, but I'm not going to do that today. This artist I'm about to play for you, he has an honorary doctor of music from the Berklee College of Music. When he got this honorary doctorate degree, he asked if he could write his own medication.
Okay.
That's the clue I'm going to give to you
all
today.
right.
So here is this very famous singer who has a doctorate, an honorary doctorate of music, covering a very famous 80s song. I want the artist for this song. All right, let's take a listen.
Lying in my bed, I hear the clock tick and think of you, caught up in circles. Confusion is nothing new. Flashbacks, warm nights, almost left behind.
Yeah,
I think I know on this one, baby.
It's a pretty iconic voice.
Oh,
you're
definitely
gonna be dialing the phones right now.
All right, dial that phone right now. You're off to see Some Like It Hot. And by the way, don't miss tonight. We are really going to have a blast. Dawn, Nick, Rich, and I covering the Trump years. And I never thought this topic would come up in the first 100 days. Does Trump say sauce or gravy? I can use that either way. He's not Italian, so whatever he says, it's going to be discounted. All right. I'm trying to think. Bondi. Is that Italian? Bondi might be Italian. She's blonde, though. It's a little hard to tell. Who's the most prominent Italian in the Trump world. Not too many Italians there. We need some more Italians that to be put in there. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that, and you're off to see Some Like It Hot.
For an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Today at 3 with 1210 WPHT.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. All right, here's the clue today. Who is singing?
After my picture fades and darkness has turned to gray, Watching through windows, you're wondering.
Yeah, not a very hard one today.
All right, let's go to Frank in the Northeast. All right, Frank, a lot of pressure on you. This might be an easy one. Don't blow it. Who is it, Frank? Frank, are you there?
Yeah, I think it's Willie Nelson.
All right, it is Willie Nelson. Enjoy Some Like It Hot, Frank. A lot of pressure there. If you didn't get that one, that was going to be problematic.
Seriously, teed it
All
up.
right, Henry, any other information on that?
No, I just
Okay,
I don't
okay.
think he can write himself his own prescriptions. Not that he needs to, but
Okay, yes. There's a doctor. We took Dr. Jill Biden off. That's today's side question. By the way, our buddy, Pastor Bill Devlin, who's working on getting, it's not Ennis on the former NBA player who's got countries going after him. It's Freedom Cantor now, on soon, hopefully. And he's a nurse, Bill is, a male nurse, in addition to a doctorate and globetrotting. So he recognizes Nurses Day. Yes, we're happy to do that. All right, I just saw this, and again, I don't have a dog in this fight or a team in this fight, other than to get to the bottom and do better on autism. But a brand new study just dropping today from University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and a couple of other centers says that they have figured out what happens. They have a good shot at autism, because people that have autism usually have some other condition, 95% of them do, and they think it's genetic. And they think that this study will lead to ways of dealing with this early on, solutions. So again, I'm all about the science of this and what's the appropriate way to go to this versus, I know it's going to be contentious when you see this more tomorrow. Again, RFK Jr. says by September, he's looking at all kinds of things, environmental / I'm sure vaccine, et cetera. That's fine. But this gives hope that we'll be able to curtail this rather than just treat it after the fact. I think you'll start to see it out there tomorrow. I don't think there's any politics involved with it. It's a good faith effort to get to the bottom of these numbers around autism. All right? I know there are people wedded to the other, though, and that is the more appealing, more controversial. We'll see what he finds. I'm sure there's going to be updates along the way. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Coming up, Jeff Van Drew on Medical Day. Jeff Van Drew, the congressman from Ocean City area, that congressional district at the shore, is a dentist also. But wanted to get him on because Republicans now internally, are they going to be able to deliver on this? Apparently, it's chaotic, the big, beautiful bill I'm talking about. And at the heart of it, Democrats think they're going to convince America that Republicans just want to take away Medicaid for everybody. As I look at it, it's a pretty obvious thing. How in the world are 21% of people in Delaware County on Medicaid suddenly? They're on it because a lot of these are able-bodied males. 16%, I think it is, in Bucks County, 15% in Monco. Chester County's right in there. But Delaware County, how could that number of people, it's approaching a quarter, be on Medicaid? How long are we going to go down that path? So we'll talk with him and his committee, I think, or tomorrow at least in the House. They're bringing in outside the Ivies, DePaul, Haverford here, and a third one. I'll look up where that other school is, on anti-Semitism, okay? In other words, it's not just the Ivies. They're going to some of these, quote, better schools, or they're costly, like Haverford, where there have been all kinds of problems. I mean, they're rioting at the University of Washington. They're doing the encampments. They're going nuts again. They're not going to give it up on this. This is stone cold anti-Semitism. And the people over at Temple, this one guy who has now said, no, I didn't do anything. I was a citizen journalist at Barstool when they put up this blank the Jews thing. They're out now from the trip, etc. It's rampant on college campuses. Why do they get away with it? Because colleges are allowing this, because they're afraid of those elements that are pro the Gaza crowd. And when Israel invades Gaza, which they will once President Trump returns from there, and moves everybody out so they can finally kill off the remaining Hamas, you're going to see even more of that stuff going on. Let them do it. It's a tell. Israel has every right to do that. They have to take out every one of these people. And Fetterman, of all people, is right. So Jeff Van Drew is next. But first, we've been kidding about the sauce and gravy. And with Dawn says when we're in Sicily, there's a lot of good leather there. I think she's wearing a leather jacket tonight. That's how we started that stuff. I only have a big, bulky leather jacket, so I don't have it. So
is that Italian leather?
It might be. But I am going to be shopping for leather in Sicily, and you'll be there with us. Talk Radio 1210 listeners are flocking to this. They love coming together to a world-class destination like Sicily. Mediterranean Europe at its finest, and Calabria, all this fall. And we only go. All the trips Dawn went on and I've been on, conservative tours, Ken Chase, you heard Giuseppe, the very best. They know how to show you places like Sicily. All this, $55.44, including airfare, the dining events, fabulous. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We even enjoyed the Godfather tour. Visit the locales, all of them from the movies. The Crown Jewel of Sicily, Taormina, we'll hit that. Mount Etna, Savoca, the Valley of the Temples, the volcanoes. It's all there. This is Sicily. Call them now. Get in on this. Bring your group. Bring a nice group with you. You'll love Talk Radio 1210 listeners. You are one. 888-733-9494.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-921-5252. 800-921-5252. That's 800-921-5252. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano show, one of our all-time favorites. We're going to go to Congressman Jeff Van Drew. And the congressman, both as a dentist on Nurses Day, but we're making it medical providers. We need a good dentist. And in addition to that, he represents large swaths of the Jersey Shore. And this is frightening. Something's got to be done. They are replacing the tram cars with Ford Maverick hybrids. Now, we'll be at Mulligan's, the first one on June 20th. And as everyone knows, the first time I went to Mulligan's for Dom Giordano Day, I got to drive the tram car and hit the watch the tram car thing. By our count, in one block, I hit it 11 times.
Jeez.
Was these kids on bikes.
Spamming it.
Yeah, they think, and they asked me, would you like to drive more up and down the boardwalk? Are you kidding me? Odyssey lawyers jumped off the back of the thing as soon as we stopped and got in front of it. That's it. The ride's over. I hope to do it again this time, though. I want to see the Ford Maverick hybrids. Let's go to the congressman. Congressman, we need your intervention. Can't mess with the tram cars.
Look, there's a lot of things I can do, a lot of things I do. As it is, I stick my nose into every level of government sometimes, but that one I'm staying out. I'm going to let them figure that out, and if they've got good reason, I'll go with it as long as they keep the tradition. It's a lot of fun, and I look forward to the weather's getting warmer now, seeing you down there, and we'll have a good time.
Oh, without a doubt. So today is National Nurses Day. We broaden our side question out to all-time medical people, and we were having a little trouble with dentists, and my wife texted. We had a dentist in the past, after he put Novocaine in, would play the harmonica, play the Henry, that's a harmonica, what were we talking? Play a musical instrument to entertain you during that.
Accordion.
Accordion. Yeah, I don't know. The accordion. So, what did you do with your patients?
I'll tell you one thing I didn't do. I didn't sing, I didn't dance, and I didn't play the accordion, none of which I could do very well. You know what? You really do, and seriously, get to know your dentist well usually, because people, as a rule, will stick with the same dentist. Now, these days, a little harder because these insurance companies keep trying to undercut each other and undercut the patients, and sometimes some dentists don't comply with certain insurance companies. But by and large, if you like your dentist, people will travel to go to the dentist. They'll stick with the same dentist. And you know the neat part, Dom, in my practice, I had literally parents, children, grandchildren over the years, because I was there over 30 years. It was a lot of fun, a lot of really good people, made a lot of friendships. And it's so neat when I travel around the district, particularly the area in which my practice is. You know, my district's the biggest district in the state of New Jersey. It's bigger than the state of Delaware. It's almost 100 towns, 6 counties.
Wow.
But, when I'm in the area of Cape May County, Atlanta County, in that area, which is where I practice, knew a lot of people, and I still bump into them. Yeah, now I'm all the way out in Gloucester County and Salem County, and great folks out there too. It's just that's the fun part, for real, of being a congressman. I really have met so many nice people. Unfortunately in life, sometimes we only remember the people that are mean or nasty or, don't tell the truth. You got to really remember so many nice, good Americans out there.
Exactly.
It's a lot of fun. It really is.
Now, the big, beautiful bill we're seeing here, they're targeting Brian Fitzpatrick and others. There's Ruben Gallego coming in. He might run for president. And you and I have talked about this and wanted to get an update on the Medicaid issue. You have a lot of reluctant Republicans, and you've been right down the middle. Yeah, we're going to take care of people. But Congressman, for example, Delaware County, I don't know, in Jersey, 22% of Delaware County are on Medicaid. That's an astounding number.
It is a big number. And there's a whole, this is something we don't have the time. We could talk about for an hour. So here's the deal with Medicaid. We don't, and this is exactly what I say, to the word, what I've said to media, what I just said a few minutes ago. I'm going to have a meeting with the speaker later. I will not support any, and you have to listen to the whole thing out, any cuts to those that are legal or eligible, whether they be entities such as hospitals or nursing homes or individual human beings. Now, that does not mean that we can't save money and cut things like illegals getting Medicaid or people or having work requirements. So if you're a young single male that's healthy, and you say, I just don't feel like working, I'd rather just do nothing. Well, that doesn't work. That's not America. That's not how we do things. So work requirements are a good thing. You've either got to work, and if you won't work, then you've got to volunteer, seriously volunteer in a good organization doing work. Also, the eligibility used to be you signed up every 6 months to be eligible for Medicaid. The Biden administration changed that to once a year because they wanted to keep people on who weren't eligible. It's complicated, but basically it's what it boils down to. We want to go back to having a requirement that every 6 months you sign up. Nothing wrong with that. It's a good thing to do. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, people love to use that term, but there really is waste, fraud, and abuse out there as well. If you combine all of that, you can save many billions of dollars, and you can do a good job. So, you can't say, gee, I won't support any change at all, because we need to support change, but we don't. This is so important. The Republican Party does not need to be, or should it be, a mean party, a party that takes away people's health care. And you know who agrees with me exactly on
The president, yeah.
Exactly. The president gets it. Damn it, I wish he could write the bill. I'm serious. I mean, everybody's got their finger in they're all making the soup. They're all in the kitchen, right? And I get it, and that's the way our system works, and there's good checks and balances. But the president gets it. He doesn't want to hurt people. He said to me personally, Jeff, I don't want to, he didn't say I don't want to. He said, we will not do a mean bill. So I don't want the House of Representatives, where quite frankly you do have vulnerable members. Some of these folks barely won to have a Republican majority. We have to do the right thing here. It's good public policy, and it is also good politics. And, I was with the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development just the other day, brought him into South Jersey, showed him a lot of different things. And we were talking, and because I had a meeting, quite frankly, with Republicans and Democrats, and I kept saying, this isn't about Republicans and Democrats, this is about good policy. And he said outwardly to everybody, this is a young African-American man. The secretary is quite a guy. And he said, look, good politics leads to good public policy, and good policy leads to doing the right thing for people. And that's true. And we got to keep that in mind. So we got to use our brains here. We cannot lose the majority next year in the midterms. And we have to be able to, we need to get things done. We do need the big, beautiful bill. At the same time, we need to do it in such a way, whether it is SNAP, whether it is even going into people's pensions, or whether it is this, we have to make sure that we do it the right way. Don't hurt good people, but people that are doing the wrong thing and taking advantage of the system, absolutely take them off.
So the Medicaid part, though, you've really I can tell you've thought about it even more, and you're meeting with the speaker. This is the thing that's you mentioned a couple of other things, food stamps. It seems this is where Democrats are going to go with the people in the media, and this is where Republicans have to be careful on this as this debate goes forward. Medicaid, I trust you on that, is the central, and you've articulated well what the Trump doctrine is on this.
And that's exactly what it is. And so part of that also, understand one thing. Regardless of what we do, they're going to say we cut people, we hurt children. I chaired my committee today, and I had the other side saying that we were deporting babies and legal citizens and all kinds of crazy stuff. So they're going to say we cut good people and we hurt people. But people will know, people whether they feel it or not. Now, there's another important piece of this. In the future, and I don't want to make this too complicated, in the expansion population, and just we can talk about that, but just take it for what I said for now. We have to make sure that as Medicaid grows, because it grew like crazy, that we control the growth. And I've spoken to the chairman of the committee. It's not in my committee. It's in Energy and Commerce. And controlling the growth, linking it to the medical inflation rate. So that doesn't mean that it wouldn't grow. It doesn't mean you'll make cuts. It just means that you'll control the growth to try to make some sense out of this, because it is very expensive. There is a way out of this if we use our brains. I'm scared because we got people on both ends of this, people that want business as usual and we've got people that just want to cut to the bone,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't care if you hurt people. Neither one is acceptable.
All right. Well, Congressman, thank you so much, as always. Thanks for clarifying everything.
You got it. I appreciate the time. Talk to you soon.
All right, Congressman Jeff Van Drew, there you go. Medicaid, as I said at the top today, is where a lot of this battle is going to be fought on, the biggest thing going on here. All right, coming up, and I'll go into this more with Dan tomorrow, but it's due to Henry and Dan. I have little to do with this other than voicing it. A big honor I'll tell you about. Plus, we'll get a winner in the lightning round next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Asher, the Car Czar. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. National Nurses Day. We're asking all-time medical. I'll save that honor till tomorrow when Dan and Henry both are here so they can hear it. But just saw this. The Supreme Court has ruled that President Trump and the military can move forward with removing people that are transgender from the military. That's the U.S. Supreme Court striking down a district judge who said they could not. So it's not just the trans issue part of this. It's the U.S. Supreme Court also moving past these district courts. And that's where they're going to end up in the big ruling about the power of these district courts. In other words, district courts are not the third branch of government. The Supreme Court is the third branch of government, not every petty judge sitting here in Philadelphia or wherever they might be. It's a big story, and by tomorrow there'll be a lot of repercussions. We'll talk about it tonight, though, over in Phoenixville, I'm sure. Joe in Columbus, who I know will be there tonight. And, Joe, what do you have today?
Tom, I sure will be, but are you sure you want to mix pints with sauce and gravy?
Well, look, it was the Zioli challenge. I don't have anything to lose here.
You guys, I don't know. You might upend the whole night there. You're better off doing take straight, less filling.
That's what I was going to say. I would predict the lion's share, Joe, and I'm counting you in this, are going to say gravy, but I'm not sure.
Oh, you're asking for it.
Okay.
But, hey, Doc, one other thing. Did I hear, I don't call him Morning Joe, I call him Moaning Joe. Did I hear him refer to illegals today?
That's right. He did say illegals. He got caught up in his own stuff. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. You know they're going to lose their functions the more they get out of kilter. Dom, my entry today is it's a husband and wife initially. And contrary to popular opinion, it wasn't Sheldon Cooper and it wasn't Amy Farrah Fowler. It was her and her husband. She created or discovered radium, polonium. She learned how to break up radioactive isotopes, and she created the field mechanism for X-rays, and that was Madame Marie Curie.
Absolutely. And Marie Curie's Polish, right? I think Dan would, or somehow or another.
He would know.
Yeah. I don't know. He doesn't know about Copernicus. We've already been through that. And he hasn't watched The Godfather. How in the world does Greg Stocker allow that? All right. So Joe's setting you over and under that I'll be in the minority. I relish that. That's okay.
I tend to agree with Joe on that.
Okay. I don't care. I got the people from South Philly that show up. Make sure you're loud tonight on that. Let's go to Dave in Somerset. All right, Dave. Hi. What do you have today?
Hey, Dom. I have from the show Emergency, Nurse Dixie McCall, and she was played by Julie London.
Oh, yes.
And as a little kid, I found her to be so attractive.
Imagine the nurse is named Dixie McCall. What, was Hugh Hefner the executive producer or what?
Actually, you know who was the producer of that show was Jack Webb, and he was married to her. And then she divorced him, but then she got married to Bobby Troop, who played also on the show. He was Joe Early. He was the other doctor besides Robert Fuller, who played Kelly Brackett.
Very nice, Dixie McCall. Alan in Hamilton. Who's yours, Alan?
The other from the Crimean War, Florence Nightingale.
Yeah, well, there's all-time nurse. Yep, we got you for that. Bill has a dentist. Bill, who's yours?
The Old West, Doc Holliday, who was a dentist, a gunfighter, and a good friend of Wyatt Earp.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Okay. Well, Johnny Ringo. Seems like, come on, Johnny. Come on,
Looks
Johnny.
like someone just walked over your grave.
Yeah, the Huckleberry. All right, and Bill and Monco might be the last here. We'll see. Bill, who's yours?
Hey, Dom, it's a true statesman, somebody who had a life, had a career before politics, and that's Rand Paul. And what's notable about Rand Paul is he got COVID during the pandemic. He actually went down in the trenches and was taking care of patients as a clinician to do his part while Fauci was pontificating.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that about Rand Paul, but he walked the walk.
Yeah, absolutely, he did. Great guy. Gary in Newtown ends it. Gary, how have you been, and what's yours?
I've been well. Thank you very much for asking. I'm going to whistle my way out if I can, but I'm just going to say
The original MASH units had 10 medical officers and 12 nurses. So I'm going to go with MASH, and I'm going to try to whistle this out. That's it.
We appreciate the whistle at the end of the call.
It's the effort that counts.
All right, the effort does count there. All right, Henry, do we have a star here? Give me a couple of
I liked a few today. I like John and Royersford answer of Nurse Ratched because he did make the point that people remember her name. They don't remember Jack Nicholson's name. I also like the answer of Cherry Ames from Marine and Wynwood.
Yes.
A lot of kids' novels, 27 books in total. I think it's pretty cool. And I also got to shout out Jerry and Wilmington for bringing a dentist onto this program. We with Dr. Mark Watley from Seinfeld.
Yeah, the Cherry Ames versus, but the Ratched call, as good as the Cherry Ames, but I think was compelling.
Right.
It was really good.
John
Nurse
Boy.
Ratched. We'll put Nurse Ratched in. All right, Rich Zioli is next. They're going to talk about sauce and gravy for the next 4 hours, something like that, to build up the suspense. I will see you out there in Phoenixville, and tomorrow with another great show, we hope, here. It's on the drawing board. We'll see if it flies. Dom Giordano with you, noon until 3, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid